Good evening, guys. Tori Amos, you got it. Let's see who we got here. Chris, good evening. Good evening, Courtney. Blech. Blech. Good evening, friend. Linda, Miss Lisa. Velo, hello. Tally, good Tuesday to you. This is 40. Hey, hey. Cookie, hello. You're just listening? Yes, I'm listening to Tori, yeah. I saw Tori Amos and Ben Folds together in 2003? I think it was 2003. I saw them together. Yeah. I won't say that I've loved everything that Tori Amos has done. I'm a little bit of a, I would say I'm a little bit more of a selective fan, but definitely a lot of the stuff that she was doing around this time, I was a fan of. A lot of the '90s stuff for sure. Not to say I think that she is supremely talented in every way. I just think that some of her stuff I like more than others. That's all. Crystal, what's up? I do like Regina Spektor, absolutely. She's got a really, really lovely voice, and I especially liked her duet with Ben Folds. I do think this was her best album, but she did have a lot of other really good stuff, and she's supremely talented, like I said. She was great in concert. I mean, I just absolutely magnetic. Also, I have never in my life partied with so many cool lesbians at once. It was fucking awesome. Alejandro says he got a new mic to seem legit. I've had this microphone for over 6 months, Alejandro, but okay, whatever you say, bud. All right. Welcome on in, guys. Keep liking that screen. Help out with the live goal. We're going to get started here. Welcome to our friends over on the tube. We're glad you guys are here. Welcome to our friend Nemo. Welcome, Nemo. I know it is a good song. That's why I picked it. But if you voted for Donald Trump, we would like you to hop in the box. That's mainly what we'd like. So if you voted for Trump, come on up and say hello to us and talk to us about some things. Like we mentioned before, there's some Tori Amos to get things rolling. Named your first car Rabbit after the song 2002. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little in and out of. Yeah, it's a soft focus. It's soft focus on purpose. You know what it is? I know what it is. There we go. That's pretty good. All right. Well, once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a chat. It's okay, Meg. I listen. I totally get it. We're doing a soft focus on a 50 millimeter. Okay, soft focus on a 50 millimeter. Doing this on purpose so that you get the bokeh background and the soft foreground. So doing my best to keep this in focus and the rest out. So. No 48-year-old kids tonight. We'll do our best. Nemo, I heard you on Pickles live earlier. That was pretty good.
I was going in. I was going in. There was music in my head while I was doing it. It was a whole thing.
It was very West Wing coded. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. In a good way. In a good way. Oh, look, it's this guy. Fawcett,
How's it
hi,
going?
did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did. I regret it now, actually, but yes, I did vote for Donald Trump. The reason for my regret stems from the immigration problem. So let's go from there.
Okay, could you remind us how old you are and what state you voted in, please?
29, Nevada, Las Vegas, worst place on earth.
Okay. You say your regret for your vote stems from immigration. Why is that?
The main reason is because we all know the United States government answers to no one now. So there's really nothing holding Trump back from finally removing all of the illegal invaders that have entered America. And Donald Trump is not using his full breadth as the American president to make that happen, which just kind of feels like a slap in the face, even though you have nothing stopping you. You have the House, you have, the Senate, and you have the presidency. Just make it happen already. So, like, we can see these ICE operations happen, and they all rile people up, but he's not doing what he was elected to do. And so, you just feel kind of like you feel kind of gypped. The Greenland and Venezuela thing, I love so much, but just on the immigration factor, you could be doing so much more. So,
Okay, what more do you want him to do?
well, let's look at it mathematically, okay? There are 50 million illegals in the United States of America. To
No, there's
deport all of them
No,
would
hang on.
require.
Time out. No, there's not.
What do you mean? Yes, they are.
Cool. What's
No,
your source on
they're
that?
even the two white supremacist organizations put
Okay,
the
so very
upper
simple.
bound. Hold on, calm down.
hold on.
No. The two white supremacist organizations that would track this have the upper estimate at 16 million, not 50.
Well, that's very weird because two illegal immigrant people coming here and having a child does not automatically grant them citizenship. That's a very big misinterpretation of the 14th Amendment. So if we add on all the children they've inherently had over the years, it's closer to 50 million at this point. So
Oh, fascinating. So people born here are not citizens?
they're not the parent. If the parents are not under the jurisdiction thereof of the United States, then the children cannot be under the jurisdiction of the United
Cool.
States.
Okay. So explain jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction is to have control over consensually.
Control over consensually.
Yes. So, for example, like if, like say a Mexican comes through, they have a visa that was approved by the American government, and they come into the nation. The American government now has consensual control over those people while within their borders. That makes sense. However, if someone comes into the nation illegally with no papers and no authorization, they cannot be within the jurisdiction because they have not been allowed in the nation whatsoever already. There was no pre-approval process. Thus, the 14th Amendment does not apply to these people that are here illegally, and so thus their offspring would go through the same issue. And then this doesn't even matter because the 14th Amendment explicitly excludes foreign invaders, which all of them are. So
No, it
altogether,
doesn't.
it is
What the fuck
50
are you
million.
talking about?
No, it doesn't.
What do you mean?
Are
Let's look it up right now.
Are you okay?
14th Amendment.
Hey,
This is
sorry,
some
what?
real virgin coded Groiper shit.
yeah, you're really bad at rage baiting this stuff. Like this is
This isn't rage baiting. How do you ascertain that there are only 16 million when these 16 million obviously have kids? Are you disagreeing that illegal immigrants don't have children?
You're changing the definition of illegal immigrant. So
yeah, no, they're all
if you change the definition, then naturally the number is going to be different. Your definition is not the legal definition.
So you're telling me a person who is here illegally and then have offspring, that offspring is now here legally?
It's crazy how you say offspring.
Well, yes. Babies refer to like the American babies.
Sorry,
offspring is
how old are you?
It doesn't matter right now, but I do vote.
It doesn't matter how old you are?
He said
it doesn't really matter
because
he
was 28. He said he's 28. That's when we started the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't feel like I had to restate that, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, you could have just said it and then moved on,
Yeah,
but here
but
we
asking
are
another-
still, right?
asking
Like you
another man's
extended
age,
a simple
come on.
answer out to a 2-minute conversation. Amazing. So yeah, I mean, it's clearly you haven't been laid before. So anyway, dude, you're saying offspring. It's kind of fucking weird, right?
But it's the same thing.
Right. If people have kids in this country, right, that kid is, by virtue of being born here, a citizen of this country. That's how this country works.
Correct. If America has jurisdiction over the father or mother.
You're right.
But when the jurisdiction is not...
do they have to follow the law here?
What do you mean?
I don't
do
know
they
if
have
I
to
can
follow the law here?
rephrase that simple question. Do they
yes.
have
Do they have to follow the law here? Yes. Following the law would be coming
okay.
here through legal channels.
Oh, no. I'm saying they're here. Do
Yes.
they have to... Are they subject to the laws here?
They are subject to the jurisdiction. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Fantastic.
So they are subject to the jurisdiction.
Cool.
Wonderful.
The problem is, though, they are subject to the jurisdiction if the American government consensually allows them into the body.
Is that included in the 14th Amendment? It sounds like you're
Yeah, I
adding
can read it right
language
here,
that's
all
not
4
there.
sections, but I'll just read the first one. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside.
Cool.
Okay.
No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdictions the equal protections of the laws. So this is completely cut and dry. These people are not subject to the jurisdiction thereof because, again, their parents aren't even subjects of the American nation.
You just said not 2 minutes ago that they were subject to the jurisdiction.
Yes, all because you're here illegally doesn't mean you're now...
So they are subject to the jurisdiction. Therefore, the kid will also be subject to the jurisdiction because they're born here, right? The parents are subject to the jurisdiction, and then they have a kid. That kid is born on American soil. They're American citizens. Period. End of story.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why is there a clear exception in the 14th Amendment against, I think it's foreign dignitaries and illegal invaders?
Foreign dignitaries? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
As in like diplomats and shit? Yeah.
Yeah. The hold on, let me actually get that exact excluding Indians not taxed because they were not citizens at the time of this ratification.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Who introduced this amendment on the floor of the Senate?
I believe it was the Republicans after the Civil War.
Senator. No. Specifically, who is the specific person? I can tell you if you don't know.
Go ahead.
It's Senator Jacob Howard. Do you know that we have the actual notes of the debate on the Senate floor about this?
Go ahead and break it out.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Well, Senator Jacob Howard was actually asked the question, is this only to be allowed for slaves who are in the United States? Because they asked this very question. They're like, is this just for slaves? And he said, no. This is for anyone born in the United States. And there is no distinction made in the debate, period. That's why it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States. Now, there were arguments about whether or not it should cover all races, but in the end, the amendment reads exactly as it was written. There was no change, which means that even though they had slight debate about it, the original author of the amendment, Jacob Howard, didn't change a thing, and the amendment passed as written, which means that Jacob Howard, the man who wrote the amendment, said specifically that this is what he wanted. That's why in every single court case regarding this amendment, they've gone back to those contemporaneous notes regarding the debate on the Senate floor, And those notes on the
Correct,
Senate
but-
floor have correctly guided the Supreme Court in every single case, and that's why there has never been a successful challenge to a person who was born here to parents who weren't born in the United States.
Well, that's the issue. Illegal immigration throughout the United States of America has never been more rampant than it has in the past.
I'm sorry,
say,
you didn't
40
respond.
years or
I'm sorry.
so.
I'm sorry. You didn't respond to what I just said. I don't really care about that. I'm talking about the legality under our Constitution, sir.
Well, yes, as you
So
can
respond
clearly see,
to
and-
respond. Hold on, time
I
out.
am, I
Fawcett.
am.
Yeah. So just respond to that. So
am.
you and I both agree
So-
that with 100% certainty, the 14th Amendment absolutely says what Nemo and I says it is, and you're 100% wrong.
So it does all up until the very first comma. All persons
No,
born
it
and
doesn't.
naturalized in
No,
the United
no,
States.
no,
You're
it
correct
doesn't.
on there.
No. Here's the thing. It doesn't
So then-
because John
Okay.
Howard, who the senator who wrote the amendment, says you're wrong.
So was John Howard supposed to go? Was John Howard supporting illegal enemies having children on our soil?
What do you mean? Did they
The
write?
second-
I'm
the
sorry. Did they
literal
write
second
in?
thing here-
I'm sorry. Did they write in an exclusion to the thing that you were saying?
Yes, it says and subject
No,
to the
no, no,
jurisdiction
no.
thereof. Illegal
Time out.
invaders aren't
Time out.
Yes.
They're not classified as illegal invaders because they asked the specific question. In fact, do you know the specific example that they brought up on the floor of the Senate? Would you like to know? Do
What-
you want to
what is
even?
the
Would you want to
specific-
take a guess?
Would you like? Actually, no. Go ahead. Oh no, I think was it that Chinese dude who?
No, well,
the
that's
Chinese
no,
railroad
that's see,
company?
that's Wong Kim Ark. That was 30 years later. That's the Supreme Court
Okay.
case that we're talking about 30 years later. That also
Mm-hmm.
completely destroys your argument. However, the 30 years before, they were also talking about Chinese immigrants who were starting to come
Mm-hmm.
to the west coast of America, and they brought that up on the floor of the Senate, and they were like, what about Chinese people who just come to America? What if they have a kid? Is that person an American citizen? And they're like, yeah.
If they're here illegally, then like by virtue, it wouldn't
By
be. But
virtue,
continue.
no,
What is
that's
this 30 what's the one
exactly
before 30
that's
years?
exactly what they said. They said if they're born on American soil, they're an American citizen. It does not matter, regardless of their citizenship status. That was the whole point of the 14th Amendment.
Okay, so if a child's born in your home, he's automatically your kid?
That has nothing to do with the 14th Amendment, and that's a ridiculous comparison, Chief.
Yes, it does, because it says again, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Were the Chinese citizens here legally or illegally?
It doesn't matter. Are they subject to our laws? Because you've already said yes. Jurisdiction
Yeah,
only
everyone
means
has to follow the law.
Fawcett,
People
hey,
who are outside
Fawcett,
the law,
hey,
that doesn't
Fawcett,
make a
time
nation.
out. What does the word jurisdiction mean from a definitional standpoint?
Jurisdiction means the area of the.
No,
from
it doesn't.
this it's-
You're wrong. The definition of jurisdiction just means subject to the laws thereof. That's it. That's all
yes,
it means.
everyone's subject to
Great,
American laws.
fantastic, and that's exactly what they meant when they said
That does not mean you're subject to the same American birthright.
it. Literally,
That's two different
hey,
things.
bud, you're confusing this, and you're making it a lot more difficult than it is because you want to
I'm not
muddy the
confusing it.
waters. Allow me to help
I'm
you
not muddying
out.
the waters.
You really are, because you.
So then, so then ask me this. So then answer me this. Why
Fawcett,
wouldn't
stop,
they just
Fawcett,
write?
stop talking. Time out.
Go ahead,
Stop
go ahead.
talking. You need to calm the fuck down and relax for just a second. Take a breath. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. The word jurisdiction, by definition, doesn't mean the thing that you think it means. It just means a system of law. And subject to the jurisdiction of means you're subject to the laws. That's all that it means. If you're subject to the jurisdiction of the United States of America, which means you are here and subject to its laws, that's it. There's no other meaning. I understand that you want it to have some further meaning if the parents are here illegally. I understand that because that would bolster your argument and it would help you. But it doesn't. Because if it did, then we would have Supreme Court precedent because there has been numerous cases where we've had children born to two parents who were here illegally, and they've affirmed that they're U.S. citizens. So we have 130-ish years of Supreme Court precedent backing up what we're saying. You can't find us a single Supreme Court case that would back up what you're saying that would say that jurisdiction means the words that you're saying or has been interpreted in your way by any constitutional scholar or Supreme Court justice, unless you'd like to present that to us now.
So we're going to go off the United States versus
Unless
Wong Kim Ark.
Which one?
United States versus Wong Kim Ark.
Sure.
The reason why the United States of America sided with Wong Kim here is because of the Chinese Exclusion Act. The problem with the Chinese Exclusion Act is it was a racially biased piece of legislation, only targeting Chinese exclusion people from Asia. Racially prohibitive acts like this are inherently, how do I put it, what's what I'm looking for here? And antithetical to the American mission at that time. So of course they're going to go inside.
That's
with
not
man
the
who
reason
is
that they
subject to
side. That's not the reason why they sided with him. The reason why they sided with him is because legally he was allowed to be a citizen under the 14th Amendment because he fit the bill for the 14th Amendment. He was born in the United States, wasn't he?
He was born. No. Wong Kim Ark was. Hold on, let me do the history real quick. Sorry, Wong Kim Ark. He was born in San Francisco to two parents. Blah blah blah. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. So, anyways,
hold on, immigrated to Guangdong.
So, anyways,
hold on, one
hey,
second.
bud, I don't need you to go through Wong Kim Ark with me. I'm trying to get through this. We don't need to relitigate the 14th Amendment. You're trying to do something that has been litigated and relitigated
because here's the
over
question.
130 years. Are you a constitutional scholar, sir, or a constitutional lawyer?
No, I'm a white male with an IQ
fantastic.
above 100.
You're a white male who's mediocre at best and thinks he knows better than every Supreme Court justice in the last 130 years. I don't fucking care. The 14th Amendment has been decided, and they all know better than you. Suck it up.
Well, Matt, then
No, I'm not debating the 14th Amendment with you. It's been decided. You're wrong.
Then why would they write?
The 14th Amendment has been decided, and you're wrong. I'm so sorry that this is happening to you.
Okay, so then if that's the case, why would they write "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof" then? Why wouldn't they just continue the sentence?
Because it's very simple. And subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Because subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and their laws.
So that means anyone born in our borders, anyone born on American soil. So then,
very good. You walked right into the point. Good job.
Again, no. I didn't walk into anything.
Guys, can we get some round of applause for Fawcett for walking right into the fucking point? Good job, buddy.
And subject to the jurisdiction.
Good job. We're real proud of you.
Why would you? Hold on. The amendment reads, all persons born and naturalized in the United States.
I just said to you, we're not relitigating the 14th Amendment. You don't know
more. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Fawcett,
I'm asking why
stop. You're embarrassing yourself now. You are trying to argue something that has been settled law for 130 years. Other people have tried to argue this. Awesome. Then cool. Then show me the Supreme Court case where they argued successfully your point.
So, okay, first and foremost, 130 years, that makes no sense.
Employer versus Doe in 1982 with a child who was born to two illegal immigrants, to two undocumented parents. Why didn't the court decide that that child wasn't a U.S. citizen? Can you show me the argument in 1982, Employer versus Doe, that would support your suggestion? Why did the Supreme Court justices side with me and not with you?
Give me 1 second on that.
No, because if you have to look it up, you don't know what you're fucking talking about. Just drop it.
Read.
No, if you have to look it up now on live in front of 800 people, it's not going to go well. You're not going to be able to read and parse out a Supreme Court decision and try to figure out why they're wrong. Dude, you're not that fucking smart.
I'm not a crayon-sniffing Marine. I can read and talk at the
You literally are a crayon-sniffing fucking moron. You can't figure out why the Supreme Court was wrong reading through a decision when you're not a lawyer and not a judge who didn't study constitutional law, you fucking troglodyte.
I can read the English language, though. So let me ask you this question, Matt. If the 14th Amendment has been now apparently perfect from the jump, wouldn't then all other amendments be perfect from the jump, like the first, second, third, and there's no need for reinterpretation?
Now we're just moving the entire goalpost because you know that you're fucking.
I'm not
cooked.
moving the goalpost.
You're fucking
Usually people
cooked
that
on
are
this.
against
You're fucking cooked on this. So now you're moving the
I'm not
goalpost to
cooked
other
on this. I can
Then
read
why are
English.
you moving to other amendments?
Because it's most of the time when
Because
people
you
debate
can't
the 14th,
defend what you're talking about on the
No,
14th because you
answering
know
the
that
question.
Plyer versus
The question
Doe.
is for most of the
Because you
time,
know
for
that
most people who
Plyer
debate this
versus
14th
Doe.
Amendment
Because you know
question,
that Plyer versus Doe absolutely
most
destroys.
people who debate
Because you know that Plyer versus Doe destroys your argument because it absolutely affirms that a child who was born to two illegal immigrant parents was affirmed by the Supreme Court to be a child who is a legal citizen. Not only that, but a child who is a legal citizen who's due services as a legal citizen, by the way. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're not
I'm
a
actually
lawyer.
reading it right here.
Yeah.
It states right here that a state cannot. First off, it says a Texas statute which holds from local school districts any state funds for the education of children who are not legally admitted into the United States, and which authorizes school local districts to deny enrollment to such children, violates the protection clause of the 14th Amendment. This has nothing to do about their citizenship.
This is exactly why I told you can't sit there and try to determine it, because if you read the decision, you would know that what it actually deals with in the decision is a child who does exactly what I said. But you're just trying to read the fucking synopsis and spew it back at me and say, that's not what this deals with. I know what I'm talking about because I read the synopsis.
Again,
you don't know what you're talking about.
are you going to let me speak, or are you going to treat me like a woman? Like, what's going on here?
I'm going to if I treated you like a woman, I would treat you with respect. I'm treating you like the mediocre fucking white man that you are. Like a little, a little bitch.
This is how you speak to your wife.
I would never speak to a woman in the way that I'm speaking to you right now. No. I have respect for women. I don't have respect for people like you.
I don't see no ring on your finger.
What's that?
Now, where is it?
Are you hitting on me, bud? Are you asking?
I don't see no ring on your finger.
Are you hitting on me? Is this why Grindr?
He ain't got no wife, guys. He can't talk to women.
This is why Grindr crashed during the RNC, bud. Because you're hitting on me, right? Is that why you're asking? Because I don't have a ring on my finger. And by the way, yeah, turn your mic back on, bud. Say what you're gonna say. Turn your mic back on.
I don't let women boss me around, but continue.
What's that?
I said I don't let women boss me around, but continue. You're not giving male answers. You're giving feminine vaginal answers. So show me the ring on your finger first and foremost. And then secondly, again.
Why don't you turn your camera on, Fawcett?
We'd
like to see your face. I've invited you. We would very much like to see your face now. No. No more talking. We'd like to very much see your face, please.
This guy
Give me 1 sec.
is giving like mod of a men's rights subreddit. Like, not just a mod, the guy who created the subreddit.
You know what? I was gonna go.
Nah, we're just gonna keep you muted until you decide to show your face like a big man. Don't be a coward, please.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, we're holding. Don't unmute until you do. By the way, guys, appreciate y'all being here. We've got 930 people on the TikToks, and over on the Tube, we got 200 people. We appreciate all of you fine folks being here. Keep tapping. Keep helping out with that live goal. And if you want to support Nemo and I, you can do so via links in our bios. We appreciate you guys. Oh, look at that.
I'm holding this at gunpoint right now.
Oh, look at that. Now, you see, guys, that's what we call pure beta energy. Now, you'll notice that Nemo and I, we have our faces up here all night long, and we have no problem saying what we need to say with our full chest, with our faces showing right now for you guys. Fawcett, not only did he get absolutely fucking smoked in that debate, he couldn't even show his face, and he wanted to try and show something that would get our live taken down because he was so embarrassed by what just happened here. God damn. I have secondhand embarrassment for you, bud.
To be fair, I feel like the replay of that conversation could qualify as something that would end up on that website because, I mean, dear Lord, if that wasn't, um, I I don't even know what act to compare it to. Would it be us banging his non-existent girlfriend, or I don't know,
I have no idea.
topping him?
I don't know.
Both.
Nemo.
Oh, whoa.
What's up?
Okay, calm down, dude. Are you a Trump? Hold on. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay. How old are you, and what state did you vote in?
40 years old.
And what state?
New Jersey.
Cool. Do you have a lot of background noise? Could you turn down whatever that is, please?
Give me a second.
Thank you.
Did you block Fawcett? Because if not, we need to make sure that
Where's Nemo?
Because I guarantee he's spam reporting right now.
Where's Nemo?
He's right,
I'm right
he's
here.
right below you.
So I want to give a shout out to ICE real quick, you know? They did a good job in Minneapolis. They handled...
No, we're not doing that. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
They did a beautiful job in Minneapolis.
I said we're not doing that. So do you want to talk about something else that Donald Trump's doing right now or something else?
Listen, just listen.
No, it's my live, and I'll do whatever the fuck I want, and Nemo is my co-host, and neither of us have to listen to whatever the fuck we want. So you can either have a discussion or you can leave. We don't do statements and grandstanding.
Fruitcake, listen.
I don't like fruitcake. It's not really my favorite thing. I'm much more of like a ginger snap or molasses cookie kind of guy around Christmas time.
Prune
Come on,
cake.
man. You
Now, prune cake slaps. Now, I know a lot of people be like, well, hold on a second.
Prune cake?
Prune cake? That
What?
sounds nasty.
That
You're
does
gonna
sound
let me
nasty.
speak, or
No.
Prune cake is fucking awesome.
can I speak my piece or what?
No, not really. I asked you if you'd like to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now. If
So
not,
you're
we can just
trying
move
to
on.
strip me of my First Amendment.
You don't have First Amendment rights here, bud. It's TikTok. Just
Thank you to Catherine for the green app. You said, can the Yahtzee Incel lay off the Adderall, please? You know, I don't think that he's on anything. I think that he's got that like hyper nervous energy that some guys have whenever they have never felt the touch of a woman before, and it's just like they're just like super just like, you know, dweeby. I feel like that's what's causing him to be so, I don't know, fast with the talking. It's like Ben Shapiro but dumber. And thank you to Maureen for the blue app. You said, heard a quote today that sums it up perfectly, and nothing more needs to be said. He didn't pew-pew her because he was scared. He pew-pewed her because she wasn't scared. Fuck.
damn. I like that one. Very good. Very good. I want to say thank you to Lacey on the Green app. Thank you, Lacey. Lacey said this guy slandered Thick the other day in a live. I'm not surprised. I mean, he definitely seemed like that kind of person. So doesn't surprise me in the least. Guys, we do have a little 10-minute restriction thing. So which is no doubt probably related to that last discussion. Do us a favor. Tap really hard, help out with the live goals, and do all that good stuff, and we'll push past it. Love, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I simply just requested up because it was driving me crazy, but that one guy kept bringing up the whole jurisdiction thereof thing, but he doesn't seem to understand that that also applies to active duty military who are abroad. And that's
Yeah.
kind of the whole thing.
Well,
And that not being mentioned was driving me up the wall.
Yeah, sorry. He was there was no chance that he was ever going to even yeah, he was lost in the sauce. But thank you very much. Excellent point. And absolutely subject to the jurisdiction thereof. She brings up an excellent point. Also includes things like military bases. And whatnot. So if you are in a place that is subject to the jurisdiction thereof, also applies to you. So thank you very much. I really
And
appreciate that.
not only that aspect, but it then has like a subcategory because you have the INA, which is Immigration and Nationality Act, which comes under it. So it's like double. So jurisdiction thereof also comes down to, oh, this military parent has US citizenship, or both parents have US citizenship, which then dictates whether or not this child that has been born outside of the US will get citizenship. Like it's a subcategory, and it's still in that little aspect of jurisdiction thereof. So it was just driving me up the wall about that.
Absolutely.
Crazy.
We appreciate you, friend. Thanks. We're going to try to see if we can talk to some more Trump supporters.
Of course.
But excellent point. I really appreciate you bringing up. She's gone. W's in the chat for our friend LUV for love over there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see what else we got. Oh, all right. Well, we don't have anyone else in the box at the moment, so let's get some more Trump supporters. If you voted for Donald Trump, you can be next to hop in the box with us. Let's have a conversation. Come on up. Let's chat. We'd like to talk to you. So, we'd like to talk to you. Let's go. Hop on in. I saw something that was supremely concerning today, and it really, I really hate to say it, because it really bothers me. I mean, this really bothers me because I don't want this to be the case, but it really reinforces the lower of these topics that we have up here, okay? And the reason is, and I'll show it to you guys, is because of the definition of terrorism. Show you guys here. So, one of the things when we talk about terrorism is that there is a component to intimidate. There's a component for intimidation, right? That's kind of it. So there is a using violence or intimidation, usually against civilians, and it's for political aims. Okay, that's kind of the point. So take a look at this. This is an encounter with ICE.
This is your warning. This is your warning.
For what?
Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal
I'll live
government.
over here.
This is your warning.
Got to get to
All
my
right?
house.
Go home to your kids.
Go to church.
Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
I serve
I
the
will
Lord.
arrest you.
Go to church. Let people
The outcome of this, sir.
let
I
the
guarantee
people.
you that. I guarantee you're not going to like the outcome. Go home to your children. It's Sunday.
Yeah, go
It is
exactly.
Sunday.
Let people go
you
to
did not
church.
learn from what just happened? Go home to
Learn
your
what?
kids.
He says, "Did you not learn?"
You hear what he said? Did you not learn from what just happened?
Damn.
Yup. Straight up. So now they're like, hey, remember that thing we did? Look out. That's straight up intimidation. Those are intimidation tactics.
Also, I heard an accent from the guy making that threat. And me being the aggressively, extremely, overwhelmingly white person that I am, I got like a finely honed sense for something like that. Yeah, homeboy's not white, so he's a ladder puller. I mean, I want to let everybody know, the ones that think that you're one of the good ones. No. They only need you so they can pretend that they're not racist. And to specifically the Latino people that fall into that category, you are not white. White people don't think that you are white. And you will never be considered white by the people that you desperately want to have the approval of.
It's exactly true. They want it. They want it so much. Oh, Discord. Hi, Emma. Hi, friend. Let me check. Thank you. Oh, there's another one? Oh, cool. Thank you. Emma has shared with us another one. Let's check out this other one here while we wait. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, we'd like you to hop in the box. We've got close to 800 people over here on TikTok. And no Trump supporters. Where are the Trump supporters? That's strange. Where is... Oh, we'll pull it up on TikTok here. Maybe we'll get the sound. Where's the sound?
Have y'all not learned from the past couple of days? Have you not learned?
Learned what lesson here? What do you want us to learn?
Following federal agents.
Give me my phone back. No, you can't take my phone.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool. So that's more. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, friend. Appreciate that. That's another one. So we are showing a demonstrable pattern of intimidation. But tell us all again how ICE doesn't fit the definition of domestic terrorism.
Yep. Obviously, there's the one that I was going off on in Pickles Live. I don't know if you were there for the whole thing. There were two videos. One was a very good one that like is a bit of hope. The other one is the type of thing that it'll make you not happy and not able to say what you want to do, but you can think it. Or you can think it. You can think it over and over and over. So, the bad one is basically there's a 17-year-old kid who works at Target, and he was I think he was like talking shit to the ICE agents, which is totally legal. He wasn't impeding their investigation. He wasn't standing or he wasn't putting his hands on him. Freedom of speech, bitch. So, you know, he's saying that. They tackle him. He's a 17-year-old kid. These grown men in full kit that, you know, peaked in high school and are desperate to live out their Rambo power fantasy tackle a 17-year-old to feel like men. And after manhandling a 17-year-old to feel like men, they take that 17-year-old and they abduct him, put that 17-year-old in their car, and then fast forward. There's a couple other videos of that same kid being dumped, I think 8, 9, 10 minutes away from Target. And he has had the shit beaten out of him. 17-year-old kid has been tortured, been beaten by a bunch of grown-ass men, jumped. You know, if they weren't ICE agents, if they I don't know, I mean, like, if we're going to use MAGA's standard, if they weren't a bunch of white guys and instead they were brown, they had tattoos, and they didn't have any type of gear on, and instead they had, I don't know, t-shirts and shorts on and a couple bandanas, well, that would be a gang action, right? A gang jumping someone, right? Oh my God. But hey, slap a badge on those motherfuckers and all of a sudden it's totally okay. They that kid is going to have PTSD for years. Because there's a certain kind of sound that a guy makes at that age. And like I've said it multiple times, there is this unyielding pressure to not cry and to not appear weak and to not break, right? And that is just like the expectation whenever it comes to what is considered masculine, right? Welcome to the patriarchy. It's fucking awful. So every guy, there's 760 people here. Please tap. Every guy listening, you were in high school and you know what that's like, where you have to go and not show any kind of emotion. You can't crack. Not one bit. But you also know the torrent of just pent up pain that seeps out when that finally breaks. When you finally break, because it inevitably happens to every single one of us. When it finally breaks, the noise that you make, the like guttural sob, like when you're letting it all out because you've lost control, that cry for a parent from a different point in your life, because that's all that your mind has been reduced to at that moment in time. Like your id has reverted to just, I'm 12 and I need my mom or my dad to tell me it's going to be okay. That noise is what this 17-year-old kid made after a bunch of grown men beat the shit out of him, tortured him, and dumped him 10 minutes from Target. But apparently, those guys are the good guys. Those guys are just doing their job. They're making America safe. They're getting the bad guys out of America. They shouldn't be questioned. And they are not domestic terrorists, apparently.
3. I'll invite you to unmute. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I voted in the state of Georgia, and I'm 31.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects I have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Well, I just have a quick question for everyone on this chat about.
No, I asked you a question, sir. I said, do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yeah, I would like to talk about Iran.
Okay. What would you like to talk about regarding Iran?
So I've noticed that, it started December 28th, I believe, this protest. And right now there's a lot of numbers coming out that are kind of concerning about it. It looks like 16,000 people now are reported dead there, protesters. And around a lot of people have been arrested. They don't even know how many people have been arrested. So I'm just wondering, because we've had, for the past, 2 years now, people have been hyper-focused on what's been going on with the war in Israel and Gaza, that, it's not going on anymore. But there is protests going on in Iran.
To be clear, wait, did you just say that the war between Israel and Gaza is no longer going on?
Well, it doesn't fit your narrative. It doesn't fit the liberal Western view narrative of, what's going on in Iran? Well, you know what? This is this is a country that is not Western. It's not
Christian.
You going to answer my question? It's not Jewish. It's a Muslim country that's doing this to their own people.
Are you going to answer the question that I asked you, or are you just kind of reading something?
I'm not reading something.
Okay, well then answer the question, dude. Like if we're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the protesters are in the Democrat world.
Cool.
Because I know you guys care about.
So can you answer my question?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what my question was?
Yeah, you're gonna ask me about the war in Israel. That kind of calmed down is not really, it's not like what it was in 2024 or 2023. They kind of figured out, they kind of got the snake, and the snake was Iran. So
they kind of got the snake? What
the
fuck?
Iran was the snake. They were the ones who were providing money to Hezbollah in Lebanon, to Hamas in Gaza, to the Houthis in Yemen. And then you saw what happened last year. And now there's crazy protests going on there. People are being killed left and right there. In
Iran, yeah, like there's a lot of unrest in Iran right now. But
so I'm just wondering, where's the free Iran protesters? Like, we saw all that excitement in college campuses and everywhere, and now it's like silence. No one wants to talk about it. It doesn't fit the narrative.
Hold
on,
what's
dude, going on with that?
I'm not sure what your point is. We're here to talk about the Trump administration and what they're doing. You want to know why leftists aren't being more leftist? Is that your problem?
No, I want to know why there's
You're
no
a Trump
protest
supporter.
about
I
it.
asked you what Trump policy, what thing that he's doing right now you wanted to talk about. It seems like you misunderstood what I said. I could speak it a little slower and repeat the question. I said, do you want to talk about one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now? And when you said Iran, I thought you wanted to talk about his approach to it. But you just want to talk about college kids protesting? That's kind of boring. I really don't care. So do you have something real you want to talk about, or this pretend thing?
Iran's pretend?
No, Iran isn't pretend, but like worrying about whether or not college kids are protesting Iran is not really my concern. I'm worried about the real world and what Donald Trump is doing to our country right now.
The real world and
yeah.
the Iran is not.
Anyways, I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it and engage, or are you just going to like keep talking about college kids protesting? I'm confused.
I mean, listen, when it comes to the previous administration with Biden.
So now you're pivoting to Biden? You seem to not understand the question. I'll ask it for like a fourth time. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now, because he's the president of the United States and he's currently affecting America in a number of ways. Joe Biden has not been president for over a year, and he has nothing to do with what's going on right now. You seem to be obfuscating from the fact that you don't want to talk about Donald Trump.
Okay, yeah, so let's talk about him. I like
Cool.
what he's doing.
Great.
I like the border. I like that the border's closed. I think that's good. I think every country should have a closed border. I mean, yes, people should. If people come in here legally, then that's great. So that's that's something that we're dealing with. A lot of that was, people like to talk about how everything was expensive, but they don't realize that a lot of it's a supply and demand thing. When you have so many people, 20 million people come in here illegally, what happens? Demand goes up, supply goes down. And so, yeah, things got more expensive. That's just the way it is. I heard Trump said he doesn't want corporations buying houses anymore. He said corporations don't live in houses, people live in houses. And we all know, I'm in Atlanta, okay? There's so many houses here that are bought by corporations, and it's not good, especially when you go out to the northern suburbs. So I think that's a great thing that's a great thing he's going to propose. I think he's doing a lot of things that Americans want. Of course, there's going to be blowback. People are not going to like it because there's always going to be people that don't like what he's doing, But I think in the grand scheme of things, I think he will be good for the country, and people are going to see it. Maybe not now, but they'll see it, in the next few years that, hey, he did a lot of stuff that was good. So, yeah, that's what I think. Right now, you don't see it because right now everything's, there's so much going on right now that, but I think everything he's doing is pretty good. I mean, compared to the previous, pretty much everything. Yeah. I mean,
So
you guys don't see it because you don't like
of course not.
So I understand that. I know you guys don't like him. I know you guys hate him.
Yeah.
I know you guys want him dead. But
No. Don't accuse us of that.
Well, I'm just saying. I know you guys.
I know
don't
that
like
you
him.
just said that you fuck dogs.
Hmm?
I know you just said it.
What?
I know that you just said that you have like a lot of CSAM on your phone. You want to accuse us of something again?
I know you guys don't like the guy. Okay.
We don't like him. We don't like him. But don't accuse us of the other thing, because that puts us on a list. That was very much intentional of you.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. I know he's hated. I know a lot of people do not like that he's back in power. I know a lot of people don't like that. We saw what happened with CBS, with David Ellison taking that over, and now it's becoming a lot more moderate. I know a lot of people don't like that. People were saying, oh, yeah, back in 2016, he never won the popular vote, and then he won the popular vote. I think it keeps people up at night that he's the president. So, but I'll be honest with you. I didn't see much good coming out of the other side either. There was just as much. There was
all right,
the other side
a lot of chaos going on the other side too. With the border, we had wars going on. These are not what I mean. They're
You realize there are wars going on right now too.
What? Oh, so what wars besides the Russia-Ukraine one?
Besides the Russia. Oh, okay, cool. So we're still in Iraq, right? Still having issues in Syria. Still having issues in. Let's see. We're involved in Sudan now. Let me think for a second. Hold on. Obviously, Israel, Gaza.
I'm not hearing much about Sudan. I'm not hearing much about Iraq anymore. I'll be honest with you. I'm not hearing much about Israel either anymore. I'm hearing a lot about Iran, and I'm hearing a lot about ICE. That's what I'm hearing about now. I'm not really hearing much about Sudan.
Oh, so if you're not
again, it doesn't.
so if you're not hearing about, okay, got it. So if you're not hearing about it, then it's not happening.
Well, it's just not. It's not on the. It's not like the top articles on the New York Times. When you go on the New York Times app, you don't see anything about it. Like, if you look at the New York.
That's a very bizarre barometer.
Oh, I'm just saying, like these wars that you're talking about, these other wars that are going on in Sudan and Iraq. I don't really hear anything about it right now. I don't.
So.
And to ask an American oh, do you care about what's going on there? They're not going to care, you know. And I'll be honest with you,
So
I don't know.
okay, hold on. I'm gonna call you 3. Is that what you want to be called? 3?
You can call me whatever.
Okay,
Just don't call me late to dinner.
fine. So do you want to know what American would say that they very much do care about what's going on in Iraq? The spouses of people that are in Iraq. There are American soldiers in Iraq to this day because of George W. Bush and the neocons lying us in there. Marco Rubio, also a neocon, also A-OK with that shit. Lindsey Graham, literally salivating the other day at all of the taking over that we were going to do. So, you say that, well, I don't really hear about it. Dude, I don't give a fuck if you hear about it. I don't give a fuck if you see a headline on New York Times about it. Because the truth is that we're still there. And
Can I say something?
go ahead.
I mean, what were you? So what? I remember in 2011, we invaded Libya with Gaddafi, and that was under another administration that you guys dearly love, probably. We all know what was going on there with Hillary Clinton and Obama. There was stuff going on in Syria in 2014. This is just, I don't know what to tell you. This is America. This is what they do, So I'm just saying it's been happening under every president. I mean, even in the 90s, we had Bill Clinton going into into the Balkans, I guess, and doing stuff there, So, I mean, this is a lot of presidents.
You seem to not understand any of those things that you just said. But before I
So
hold on, but before I will, because that
enlighten me about
I will
about
if you
what
I
Obama
will
was
if
doing
you'll
in
stop
Libya.
if you'll stop talking. I will. Thank you. 3. Anyways,
Okay, yeah, so
also
enlighten me
if you'll
about what
stop
Obama
if
did
you'll
in
stop
Libya.
talking, I will. Thank you.
Mhm.
You actually have to stop talking, shut this hole, and listen with those holes. Good boy.
Mhm, okay,
Good boy.
yeah.
There you go. Attaboy.
Okay, yeah.
Anyways,
Okay.
okay.
Come on, Copernicus. Let's hear what you got.
Okay, I'll just do it for you, since you can't be a fucking adult and do it yourself. Thank you to Tammy on the Blue app. It says, we have protesters being schmurdered here. We care about Iran, but we have to focus on America first. Absolutely, Tammy. Fun fact. Also, thank you to Mike on the Blue app. Hey, Matt, what was the exact date that the border closed? I would really love to know. I'd really love to know that one, too. Maybe we'll get around to that question, because that's crazy. Wouldn't want to know. Hey, so are you talking about, like, for example, when you talk about Bill Clinton? Oh, he ran away. Cool.
Mr. Bones, you said Nemo. I dare you to call him late for dinner.
Well, now he's just gone.
Do you double dare me? If you double dare me, I'll do it. While Mr. Bones weighs that decision, because that's a big one. It's a heavy decision. Andy, thank you for the Blue app. Thank you. You said, as always, thanks for sharing your political knowledge and history. By the way, I heard you last night in Rudy's Live, and dog walking VC all over the place. Yeah. VC was not ready for that one. That was bad.
Oh, I missed that. Oh.
Yeah, it was at like, I think it was at like 4 a.m. or something. I couldn't sleep. And I hopped on a live, and there was this guy. His name was like VC Crypto or something like that. And he was not very smart, but he insisted on being like, well, yeah, you're just saying things to like try and sound intelligent. And then proceeded to try and lecture me about things that he should not lecture me about, like history, or economics, or foreign policy. So, the thermonuclear part, because there was like this moment where I did like a like Goku Super Saiyan Spirit Bomb on his ass. He kept trying to like steer the conversation into, well, but both sides, but Democrats never criticize Democrats. Okay, cool. And so I said to him, hey, you know what? I'll criticize Joe Biden for you. You want me to do that? He's like, okay, fine, do it. Cool. So everyone else just roll with me on this. So when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, there were some deals cut with the Saudis, some military like weapons deals that we pinned with the Saudis. It was like valued in the tens of billions. And you know, Biden probably leaned on Obama and said, hey, blah blah blah, and Obama signed it, right? And you know, big ass weapons deals with the Saudis. And then you know, Obama leaves, and so does Biden. And then the Saudis, they put $2.7 billion through a back channel into one of Hunter Biden's shell companies. And we don't even really know what's like where this money went or anything, but we know that it happened because like we can see a transfer.
Please.
There's evidence that it happened.
Please tell me he bit
So-
on this. He bit?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No. He took
Yes.
hook, line, and
Yes.
sinker.
Yes.
So I lay it out for him and I say, you know, to me, that is bald-faced corruption. That is straight up, you know, dealing under the table. That is beyond fucked up. Don't you think? And he's like, well, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. And to be clear, Biden was VP at the time. If he was president, I would support impeaching him because he is enriching himself off of deals made with the Saudis, who are, you know, questionable at best. And to be clear, like $2.7 billion, that's a lot. He's like, well, yeah, no, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, we should impeach the president. Cool. Except everything that I just said was Donald Trump and Jared Kushner. That backpedal. That backpedal.
Well, I didn't mean, no, but I didn't actually mean, that's not what, no, but, oh.
Money, you said, yet you somehow voted for Biden in 2020. Damn, I think I need to do this more often. They really don't realize. They really don't realize that.
Apparently not. Dean, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Is that the Lebanon flag? Yeah. Is that the Lebanon flag in your profile?
It is, yeah. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
Yeah, wow. Jersey, 30.
30, cool. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right
Yeah,
now?
yeah. You born in Lebanon? Or are you like a foreigner?
I'm sorry, I asked you, did you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Oh, is that a soft spot?
No, I just asked you a simple question. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now? And I said, no, I wasn't born in Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Anyways.
Are you by chance Jewish?
Do you want to discuss one of the subjects above or something else
ICE
that
is
Donald
awesome.
Trump is...
Yeah, ICE is awesome.
ICE is awesome. Cool. How is ICE awesome? Please go for it.
Well, I guess like the idea of ICE is awesome. They could be doing a much better job at like the number of deportations, but
They are.
think,
They are
for
pretty.
every
they
time
are,
they deport
I
one.
think we can agree they are pretty fucking inept, aren't they?
yeah, I wouldn't debate that.
Yeah.
That'd be a tough.
Yeah, would be pretty tough. They're
Tough
really
defend.
They really are pretty bad at their jobs, huh?
You'd have to be a skilled debater to. But, first year, there are arguments that I've heard from the pro-ICE or the sympathetic people that say they are doing a good job, or that once they get this money, they will be able to get the numbers up. But we'll see. I'm not too hopeful, honestly, that we're going to get a large amount deported.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the recruitment, I guess the minimum requirements to become an ICE agent, they were altered, right? Whenever Trump decided that he was going
they should just let high schoolers go at it.
And I mean, like whenever you start hiring a bunch of dropouts and fat asses, it tends to lead to a really inept police force per se.
Well, so it's not so much that; it's just like the
it is that. Oh no, it is that. It is like people that fail background checks and dropouts and people with records, and
like the South Park episode,
and a whole lot of rotund motherfuckers.
Sure, there is some of it, but if you look at the guy who slimed that lady in Minnesota, he was 8 years on the force. He was tons of experience.
You're right. He did have a lot of experience. Do you know what he had experience in?
Was getting dragged by a car. I definitely had experience.
Yeah, he did. He definitely had experience with being a dumbass previously, for sure. But he also had experience in being with ICE. Back when the report was released, that there were a number of ICE agents that were basically kind of being shown how to deliberately get themselves in front of vehicles so that they could use deadly force even though it wasn't warranted. And there was an internal report that ICE did that showed that agents were doing this and putting themselves in harm's way, even though that's against agency policy and even though they should not be doing it, just so that they could draw their weapons.
Damn, that's crazy. He was on that list of officers that got caught doing that?
No, he wasn't on the list because they didn't release the list of officers that got caught doing it. He was just with ICE.
He was there at the time.
He was just with ICE at the time that people were being told to do that by other ICE officers. Just really surprising that, since you're talking about a guy with experience, it's just really interesting that a guy who was involved in 2 incidents with a vehicle like that, and then one that involved him deliberately breaking DHS and CBP policy because it says in their training manual that no officer shall at any point in time go in front of or behind a vehicle while someone's in it and it's being operated. That's against DHS policy under all circumstances. So it's really weird that he would just go right against that and break that policy. And then also really strange that before he did that thing, he would switch his phone to his non-dominant hand and draw his weapon as he did so. Super strange that he would do that in advance of her making any move.
So with those allegations, was those widespread or was that more localized to a certain area? Something like that seems like it would be
it was agency-wide. They had well over 100.
It was top-down type thing?
They had well over 100 incidents that they reported.
Okay, so it wasn't localized.
It was agency-wide, yeah.
Okay. And so the switching of the hands thing, I don't have much of an issue with that because, you probably always want that hand free regardless of whether the decision has been made in your head of whether you're going to use lethal force.
So why was he filming?
You always know it is a possibility.
So why was he filming the entire time with his right hand?
Well, like you said,
up until
could have been mistake.
Oh, okay. And then what about what about crossing in front of and behind the vehicle multiple times?
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean,
on purpose.
I don't know if that's how.
What's that?
I mean, his buddy was trying to stop it, but I don't know if I'd be jumping in front of a moving car. So something I'd be.
No, it's not. It's not about would you want to or not. I'm saying it's literally against their policy. They're trained. It's in their training manual. They are not to do that because it puts its officer-induced jeopardy, and you're not allowed to put yourself in a situation. You're not allowed to put yourself in a situation where you're forced to use deadly force. That means
Yeah, but I'm sure
if you
he's
put
just gonna-
if you put yourself in that situation, you're not allowed to use deadly force because you caused it to happen.
I'm sure he's just going to say, I didn't think she was going to operate the vehicle.
I know that
And then-
I know that he's going to say that, and the Supreme Court has already ruled that an officer saying something like that doesn't make it true. There has to be an objective standard, and so him just saying that doesn't mean shit.
Well, he's going to argue that she was blocked.
I
in the middle of the
understand
road
what
for
he's
3
going to
minutes,
argue,
and
but
then
what
he's
I'm
gonna-
saying is that what he says doesn't actually matter because the Supreme Court has already ruled in precedent that what matters is an objective standard. An objective
Well,
standard.
that's if he gets charged.
What's that?
If he doesn't get charged, if he doesn't get charged, it really doesn't matter.
Oh, he's going to get charged. There's no statute of
I think it's
limitations. There's no
possible
statute of
he gets
limitations.
charged.
Oh, there's no statute of limitations on Schmerber.
Oh, you're going to charge him in 10 years?
I didn't say I'm going to charge him.
Yeah.
I just said there's no statute of
No,
limitations
I'm
on
saying,
Schmerber.
what are you guys going to do? Charge him in 6.5
I don't know. I don't know.
years?
I don't know why you're. I don't know what you're saying. Like, what are you guys going to do? I'm just pointing out to you. And by the way, why are you assuming that the federal investigation is going to automatically find him not guilty? Are you sure that it's rigged?
I just think when it comes to that sort of stuff, if it's not clean and cut, they're going to back their guy. every
Exactly.
time.
So you and I both know that it's rigged. I'm glad that you admit at least that it's rigged.
It's just how it goes. I mean,
No,
look at Ruby
no,
Ridge
it's
or like
actually,
Waco.
It's not how
You know
it
who
goes.
Brandy Weaver is?
It's not
Go
how
tell
it,
that
it's
to
not
Randy
how
Weaver.
it. But it's not how it goes because what's supposed to happen in the government is you're not supposed to have the same agency that commits the crime investigating themselves. But see what the federal government has done? They've cut everybody else out of investigating, and they've ensured that it's not going to be an objective investigation, which is what should be happening right now.
Yeah, but even then, like they always wash each other's hands. It's like, you know how that shit goes.
Oh, okay, cool. So then why is it that they won't let the Minnesota State investigators touch any of the evidence or have access to the crime scene?
They view them as like a radical leftist, like anti-Trump state government, right?
A what?
They view the state government as like a hostile force against the administration.
Prosecutors?
Well, the prosecutors are they're going to do what the public wants, right? Because the public's putting a lot of pressure on the prosecutors with, like, let's say, public protests.
Prosecutor
or
doesn't do what the
even
public
riots.
wants. Prosecutors do what the Attorney General of the state wants.
Yeah, but let's say like people
It's
who
not
know
how
these people, right?
prosecutors
If
work.
you're shutting down if you're shutting down commerce in the state, right? You know, people are going to be like, "Come on, we have to do something here." Like,
What are you talking, dude? I don't know what you're talking about. You're just like
Yeah, if you have
meandering
statewide
away
protests
from.
and
I don't
riots-
understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, you don't really understand how like politics works. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. I guess I don't understand. You just keep meandering away from each point that I make. You just meander
What was your
further
question?
and-
What was your question?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
He's doing the nonchalant, disengaged, wannabe nihilist shit. Also, I'm pretty sure
Nihilist? Yeah, I'm a nihilist.
I'm
What
pretty
the
sure
fuck
that
is
I
this
can
guy?
hear him like, I don't know.
Hear me what?
I can hear like some kind of clicking or joystick or some shit. Anyway, yeah, no, it sounds like he's
I'm
not
playing
actually
Pac-Man.
not actually here for
Playing Miss
discussion. That's
Pac-Man
okay.
right now.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You don't have to be here. It's okay.
You can just go, dude. It's fine.
No, I'm here. Guy just was like rambling on, didn't ask anything.
Oh, you're
wasn't
here,
really
but
making a
you're
coherent point.
kind of like wasting our time if we're not going to have an actual discussion.
No, he didn't answer a question. He was just sort of like rambling.
No,
on.
no.
Didn't say anything.
Like you demonstrated that you weren't listening.
No, he was just word salading. I was listening. It just wasn't
Word
coherent.
salading.
Yeah, like incoherent rambling.
I literally asked you a question and you couldn't remember the question 10 seconds later.
No, you didn't ask a question. That's
Yes, I
why I
did.
literally asked what the question was.
Yes,
What
I
the fuck-
did. I did ask a question and you just can't remember it.
What was it?
No, I'm not going to tell you now because you're too dumb to remember it. Not my
Oh,
fault.
that's one of those. I have a girlfriend, but she goes to a different school. You're never going to meet her. Got it.
I asked you specifically why it is that if you're going to sit there and you're going to back the federal government, you're going to say, okay, they're going to be conducting this investigation. They're not going to allow the state government. You said they're a radical leftist organization. I said, how does that factor in? And then you said,
Oh, well, I answered
and then
you.
you said,
Yeah.
hold on. And then you said, well, they're gonna protest and they're gonna stop the economy.
People are gonna put pressure on them.
Hold on,
yeah.
you're talking while I'm talking, which means that you can't possibly understand what I'm saying. Well,
You're describing what I said. I'm sure I understand.
If you keep talking while I'm talking, this is probably why you were too dumb to understand the question the first time. You don't have
No,
to.
I gave you an answer
You
to
don't
the
have
question
to.
the first time.
You don't have to be here. I was giving a follow-up question while you talked over me the first time, and you didn't hear it.
Why are you spiking your cortisol? We're just having a discussion, man. No need to like. This is an online.
Anyways, guys, we have close to 1,000 people here. Any other Trump supporters that would like to talk, if you guys would like to pop on up, let's have a discussion. It would be great to chat with you guys anytime. And please keep tapping that screen. Appreciate you guys helping out with that live goal. If you'd like to support Nemo and I, we do have links in our bios. If you're over on the tube, you can do so via Super Chats, but also we do have links in the description there, and we do appreciate your support that way, so you can do so either way. Oh, thank you, guys. You guys are very awesome and very supportive. We really do appreciate that. Thank you so much.
You should try like ashwagandha or something to like with the cortisol spiking at your age, especially. I wouldn't want to be spiking my cortisol this late. Are you on the East Coast?
You should try Noose at your age. I've heard that those are really effective.
Bag it.
TikTok, drop that guest as soon as he slurred. We obviously do not support having guests appear like that.
That was just a matter of time.
Obviously.
Figured I would just go ahead and nudge that along.
That's fair. Did he get the old blocky block?
Yeah, I blocked him.
Attaboy. That's my man. There we go. I was literally like pulling it up, and then his box disappeared. I was like, oh, okay, well, cool. All right, well, I see a couple of you down in the chat. So if you voted for Donald Trump, hop on up and let's have a conversation. That'd be great. Hop on up. Let's have a chat. Thank you, Angela, over on the tube for the gifts and the jewels. That was very kind of you. Thank you. Let's see what else we got. Krista says, I wish I could get my MAGA brother to talk to you guys. Well, I mean, anytime.
Yeah, people have tried to arrange for their family members to talk to me at one point. I think last time it was a while back. I don't think that it ever happened. I mean, yeah, like as long as we get a heads up, be a little nicer if it's like okay, but yeah.
Someone, Crosby says in the chat, political intervention reality shows. That would be wild. Like a political intervention. So you like bring them in, but instead of it being like, hey, you've got a problem with whatever. It's like, no. Like, you're MAGA. This is your intervention. Will you accept the help being offered today?
Yeah.
That's not a bad.
There's a I guess it's a podcast. What is it? Is it like necessary discussion? Is that what it's called? Or like necessary talk?
Conversation. Yes.
That's it. Yeah. Though that is wild. Just
straight up.
Every one of those clips, I'm just like, this can't be real. Like, surely this has got to be scripted. But damn.
You would think
Also,
so.
Real quick. Oh, Dolphin, thank you for the green app. I appreciate that. And okay, yeah, I covered that one. I appreciate that. Thank you.
By the way, if you guys need something to make you smile, I know I do. If you have not watched the Anna Kasparian versus Pearl debate, or just some of the clips and highlights of that, holy shit. Do you know who I'm talking about? Pearl?
The horse face?
Yeah, and the blonde, like, she's like Ann Coulter, like Ann Coulter Jr.
Yeah.
And Anna Kasparian, she's from the Young Turks.
Yeah.
And they did a one-on-one.
Oh.
I think I've got I think I might have a couple of the clips here. Because it is like, I can't, like, I don't even know how to, I just don't even know. It's like, let's see if I can, let's see here. Okay. I'm going to put it up for you guys. It's so bad. Like, I don't think that she's ever, I don't think that she's ever done like a real debate with somebody in person.
Men and women be equal,
especially if she's giving you children.
How can men and women be equal when one is expected to die for the other?
I don't expect anyone to die for anyone else. I don't know what that even comes from.
Yeah, but men are willing to die for you every day. The men in the police force, the men in the military.
What about the women in the police force?
They're 10% and they cause so many problems.
Who cares what percentage women make up of the police force? They're in the police force. My sister-in-law's a cop, actually.
They can't do the same jobs. There's videos on the internet everywhere of women getting their guns taken because they're not strong enough.
Are you just making things up?
No.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
Men and women be equal.
This is like most of the debate.
Billions of dollars of wealth every year is transferred from men to women.
Mm-hmm. Based on what? Where are you getting that information from? Are you just making it up?
Look, we have it. We're excited. We can get it to you at the end. You didn't want to submit. Where are your sources? You didn't want to submit them ahead of time. You did.
The Census Bureau, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I cited everything I mentioned. Pull it up. Pearl, the main thing I want people to understand, okay? Pearl's gonna trash women no matter what. That's fine.
I'm not trashing
But
them.
my biggest gripe with you is you're discouraging people from entering marriages.
I don't tell men what to do. Billions of dollars.
Like, I encourage you guys to go watch. Basically, most of the debate is just Anna Kasparian, like Pearl saying something insane, Anna Kasparian saying something factual and real and backing it up and being like, this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is from, the GAO. This is from this, that, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, what's your source, Pearl? And just like fucking deer in the headlights. It is so clear that she has literally only maybe ever debated like maybe she goes on those those podcasts where they do that super embarrassing, like cringy, like debate bros talk to OnlyFans models, like type thing, which is so fucking cringy. Like, it feels like maybe that's the only people that she's ever talked to, because she just got like deer in the headlights. It's like that. That's the entire fucking 30 or 40 minutes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like that's how she got her start. Was going on like all the different I guess red pill incel podcasts. Yeah. It is wild. And at one point, like she got her start basically trashing women, of course. And talking about, what is it? Sexual marketplace value and how women's value decreases after, I don't know, like 22 or something. And at some point, like, she started actually interacting with people outside of the safe space that she was in. And like, I can't even remember who it was, but some like, I guess left-wing personality pointed out to her, Pearl, you're 26. So, and you're unmarried. So are your value's dropping.
Value's dropping
a lot, right? And I mean, that was years ago. So I think Pearl's like in her early 30s now. So
yeah, she's got to be right, either late 20s or early
Yeah.
30s. She's got to be way past her prime by her definition.
Oh, she's 29. Okay.
Well, still.
So yeah, like pointing, the person just pointed out using like what she got her start on, which is that, well, Pearl, you keep talking about how women just aren't worth a damn after 22 and they got to marry before then, but you aren't. So how do you square that one?
No. Andy, hi, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not. However, I do have what I think is a challenging question for you, and I hope you'll entertain it.
Okay, how old are you, and what state did you vote in?
So I'm 48 years old. I most recently voted in Nevada.
And who did you vote for?
I voted for Harris.
You voted for Harris. Okay.
Yes. So my question, if I can. So first off, you've been coming up on my For You page frequently. I spend a lot of time just kind of sitting and idling on these conversations. And I do understand that the content itself is cathartic, right? And that it feels good to hear things that you think are common sense and to hear people who I think are underinformed, uneducated, or a combination of those, plus also, have bought into the cult, right? However, at a certain point, I've come to this feeling that this type of content, the debate type of content, feels, I don't want to say low effort, but dunking on MAGAs doesn't require a lot of effort because the facts are the facts. And if you have recall and you have memory, you're going to remember this stuff and you're going to be able to regurgitate it. I live in Indiana now. I'm a blue dot, right? In a very red district, in a very red county. And I've tried having these kind of conversations and debates with my MAGA relatives and my MAGA in-laws. And the cognitive dissonance is so high that I don't know what difference these kind of conversations are making. And so my question to you is that what is the ultimate goal of this type of content? Why are you doing this? And do you believe that this moves our mission and our movement forward? And that's it. Thank you. I appreciate you entertaining me.
Yeah, so I've said many times that once upon a time I found myself in the alt right because I was a pissed off white boy in my early 20s at one point, and managed to get hooked into one of the pipelines that takes you straight into cuckoo land. So around 2016 ish, I was firmly in crazy land, which is ironic because prior to that, I was like a standard liberal. So it's not even like I was conservative before that or anything. But yeah, no, I got pulled in. And that lasted for, I don't know, about a year and a half, something like that. And what ultimately pulled me out of that was I was a liberal prior to getting sucked into the alt-right, and I watched political commentators prior to this. And one of those political commentators, his name was Kyle Kulinski. I still watch him to this day. He's an excellent creator. And he was one of the first big pundits that I listened to. And I had a lot of respect for him. And I had stopped watching him just because, alt-right pipeline. But then, just through sheer coincidence, I ended up watching an episode of, I don't know, it was another creator, and they hosted a debate between Kyle Kulinski and some alt-right MAGA chud that I had, I don't know, become aware of in the last few months around that time. And so I watched it. And Kyle Kulinski destroyed him. And that was, it's not that it converted me immediately, but that was a light bulb moment for me. And that was really kind of like, I guess, the fork in the road for me, where if I could have continued down deeper into the alt-right, but after watching Kyle Kulinski, who I respected, even though I was in like cuckoo land at that point, I still respected him. Watching him just so effortlessly dismantle this chucklefuck, I realized I might need to reassess some of the shit that I listened to. Like, because I took a lot of the talking points that guy had spat out as, for granted, or, yeah, that's totally what it is. And it was kind of like one of those, slap upside the head moments, just like, hey, like, what the fuck are you doing? So over the course of a few months after that, I kind of got myself out. It wasn't like an overnight thing, and it wasn't easy peasy. It was pretty rough, but I managed to get out, and I attribute a lot of it to that one particular thing. That was kind of like the inflection point. And I bring that up. Well, also when I got out, I was back to being like, I guess, a standard liberal. And then I started down the leftist path, because now I'm a socialist. I started down that path whenever I watched a debate between two others. And in that case, it was Vosh and Charlie Kirk, ironically enough. And it was fascinating to listen to the two of them talk. As much of a shithead as Charlie Kirk was, this was whenever he was actually doing intelligent debate. He was very well read. He was still a piece of shit. But yeah, it was good listening to them. And that kind of, nudged me along. So again, that didn't turn me into a socialist immediately, but it kind of pushed me down that path and made me curious about it. I think that there is absolutely a utility in debate. And I've said so many times that it's not even necessarily that I'm trying to change the mind of who I am talking to. I mean, depending on who they are performing, right? The goal is to beat them. right? And what I tell myself is that, you know, someone might be out there listening. Somebody in the margins, right now there's 800 people here. There might be somebody who is in the spot that I was in whenever I watched Kyle Kalinske dog walk the shit out of Jimmy McFuckface or whatever. So that is what I tell myself, as far as, you know, making a difference as far as why I do it.
Thank you.
I've been told, I think there was one guy who told me, this was right before the election. And he had said, "Hey, Nemo, I joined a panel you were on and we were talking about Afghanistan and you like came down on me really hard. But, you know, you gave me some things that I wanted to look up and I looked them up and, I just wanted to let you know, now I'm going to vote for Harris. And you're a big reason for that. So I just wanted to tell you that." That's happened one time. So it's not like I'm some, you know, like, I'm not like a fucking prophet or anything, but, you know, I hold on to those moments. I also love teaching people stuff, and that inevitably ends up happening during a lot of debates that we have. Like, I'll go into like these lessons on shit, and then, yeah, like there's so many people that are friendlies that will say, "Hey, I didn't know that. That's cool," and I get joy out of that.
Do you mind if I respond real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I spent about 20 years working as a community manager in the video games industry. And, you know, everything you said, by the way, just now just resonates with me very strongly. Like, you call it an inflection point. It sounds to me more like ego death. Like, you were able to step outside of yourself and see the world around you for the first time through a completely different perspective, right? And that's an important growth stage that so many people need to go through. My biggest concern here with all of this is that, does it scale, right? And yes, by the way, you know, there's so many people who are supporting the work that you're doing in the chat, and saying there are people who are watching, who are lurking, who are silent. Absolutely agree with that. But as somebody who is descended from Japanese Americans who were interned in the concentration camps during World War II, I see this as needing to be a time of action more than anything. And I'm probably a little further left than you are, Nemo. And I'm not going to go into that because this is not my platform to do things like that. But I genuinely fear that we get stuck in this constant cycle of back and forth, and it prevents us from moving forward as a movement. Thank you.
I'm gonna jump in on that one, because I think that I don't necessarily see that as the thing that's happening here. I understand that maybe viewing it from one perspective, just sitting there and scrolling through a bunch of lives and just seeing people talking, and I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, Andy. I'm not saying that, but I could understand that, like, you know, hey, I'm just scrolling through and there's just a bunch of people talking and we need action. And I'll tell you my thing is that I've been on TikTok, and in the ramp up to the election, I saw people talking politics, and I was like, well, I have political opinions, and I have left-leaning political opinions, and I want to talk about it. And so I started going on political panels. And then I started seeing content creators, a lot of the people who are my friends now on this app who do this very same thing, people that I just watched. And I was like, well, they're talking to these people, and they're trying to do something. They're trying to get through to these people. It's not always working, but they're trying to get through to these people. I feel like maybe I could get through to these people, or I could talk to them, but also I need to be doing something more. That feeling of needing to be doing something more. And you couldn't just start doing this for 1,000 people. So what did I do? Well, I started working on a congressional campaign remotely in Florida that needed help. Ultimately didn't win, but I felt really good about it because it was going up against a Trump pick. And I was proud of the work that we did, but it pushed me to do it, and I was able to use this to oftentimes promote and to try and help get donations and different things like that. And then when I was able to finally start going live on my own about a year ago and able to start using this platform to talk, I've found that it's been a place where we not only talk and I understand what you're saying. Yes, it's oftentimes incredibly easy to dunk on the MAGAs and the facts, and they don't have a lot of the facts, and there's a lot of stuff that they don't know, and there's a lot of things, and a lot of them, won't change their minds, and a lot of them cycle through. But like Nemo said, and like you've acknowledged, there's a lot of people who are lurking out there in those comments, and people who are scrolling through, and they just need to hear that one snippet of a thing. They just need to know that one fact, and they're not crazy MAGA people. They're just those on the fence people that decided that for some reason, that voting for Donald Trump was the right thing, but they needed to hear that fact that they were wrong about. They needed to hear that one thing. And we've both had now a lot of people who are like, hey, I heard you, and I just wanted to tell you that changed my mind. People that we've never talked to before and never talked to again, but they pop up that one time, or they just message us, or something like that. And that makes me feel good that those little changes are happening, because it's really hard for I think it's really hard for a lot of people. I know it's hard for me. I'm a dad. I have a business, and we're busy, and I try to get out to protests. I try to support local candidates. I try to do all of the things that I feel like I can do. But this actually makes me feel like I'm reaching a lot of people, and that it's making a difference from the feedback that I get. And so while I do understand that viewpoint, like what you were saying, that's been my experience on this end of it.
Cool. I appreciate everything you just said. And I absolutely acknowledge the intrinsic value of being able to change hearts and minds one at a time, or maybe more at a time. I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to pose that question and challenge the nature of your content a little bit. I think it's important that we, as leftists and socialists and even liberals, that if we are going to be intellectually honest with ourselves, that we need to be constantly examining ourselves. And so, but with that, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, Andy, have a good night.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Crystal. Sorry, Crystal. I saw you. I was gonna bring you up. I really was. Do you? Sorry. What? I apologize. I was literally just about to before you just bounced. What were you gonna say?
No. I know it's okay, and I'll be brief. But I appreciate him he was respectful, and I genuinely appreciate that. But I want to point something out, that this isn't all we do, and I want to put a lot of emphasis on this. A lot of the creators that you see doing debates like this are out protesting. They're doing fundraising. There are things that are going on behind the scenes. We do so much work. We have built amazing communities. The things that I have seen these communities do to help each other, the way you raise money and you save lives, that cannot go unacknowledged. And I understand that maybe that wasn't his intention, and I'm not trying to drag him at all. Yeah. That's because I don't want any of this infighting. But I need these things to be acknowledged, because I myself have a very small community. A lot of my weirdos are down there. We can't let that go unacknowledged. And I'll get off my soapbox because I'm a little potatoed. But I just needed to say that. Love you.
Absolutely, friend. Absolutely. It's Thank you, Crystal. It's an excellent point. Also, we see a lot of our friends doing it. You guys know it. You guys see our friends who are out there when there are protests and broadcasting live. You'll see RJ out there, or Fax, or I've seen Manda out there, Zeus I've seen out there, or Santana out there. I've seen, or Erica, Erica Shante, or Erica, or British Erica. I've seen all of our friends out there. I went live for a few minutes in Boston on No King's Day and did a few minutes. Like, people are out there. So agreed. Algorithm, you were just dying to come up. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
First time seeing your live. Loving the content so far.
Okay.
One thing that
hold
I've
on,
debated.
time out real quick. Sorry, just real quick. Can you tell us
Sure.
how old you are and what state you voted in, please?
Florida, I'm 45.
Great. Thank you. Now, the way that we do this is ask, would you like to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
So I wanted to comment on something that you guys were, the last person or two people ago were talking about. I've had a few debates with MAGA, and one question I've asked that I haven't got a good answer, or at least like I get them into a point.
Wait, hang on, time out. I thought you said you were a Trump supporter.
Sure. No.
Oh, you're not a Trump supporter.
No.
Oh, okay. But my friend, we're mainly looking just to talk to Trump supporters. But what was your question, real quick? I mean,
Great.
real quick.
Yeah, I'll
what
be
is it?
quick,
Yeah.
and then you can drop me off. I understand. I get it.
That's okay. What is
it? The one question I ask is, so what's the end game? So let's just say that, all right, fine. We get we deport everybody, and they've accomplished their goal. So now what's the end game? And the responses that I get go, well, it's we get better medical for us, and better this for us, and better that for us, and it's like a gotcha moment to where I'm like, oh, so it's about you and people that look like you, and so that you do want socialism. And I've gotten a few of them on that. Some of them haven't responded, but the few that have responded, like, all right, what's the end game? So,
Yeah.
And they do. They mention socialistic programs, and so I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, man. Yeah. No, absolutely. I know they want that, and they want it to be all very, very white. That's definitely all part of it. But listen, my friend, we are gonna try to get some other Trump supporters up here. I have to tell you though, love your username. Fantastic fucking username. You get
thank you, sir.
Absolutely
Fucking brilliant.
Fucking brilliant. You get all the prompts on that. That is and by the way, because I could not understand you when you were talking about that, and I did pop in to your videos real quick. Are you a New England Patriots fan?
Yes, sir. I am.
Well, that's fantastic. I live just outside of Boston, fellow fan here, so I'll be rooting for them against the Texans on.
I grew up in Braintree.
Braintree. Well, we're now. I'm not going to say exactly which town I'm in, but let's just say I'm right at 93-95. Okay, North Shore. Okay.
Gotcha.
All
yeah,
right.
Yeah. I've been gone for 25 years, so I can say it.
All right. All right, friend. All right.
Have a good night, man. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for pulling me up.
All right. Thanks, bud. You have a good one. Take care. All right. Algorithm. I gotta tell you, that's that. I was also I was like, that's way too smart and cool of a name for that guy to be a Trump supporter. So no way. By the way, I've got two things to. Oh, was that a mistake?
Hello. Yeah, but I do want to say a little thing.
All right.
If it's just real quick.
Real quick, friend. Real quick. What do you got?
Okay. I just want to say to you guys, you're doing a great job, like, debating, debunking these very dumb maggots and just showing people what's actually true and what's going on, because I live in a deep red state and it fucking sucks here because I deal with dum-dums all the time saying very stupid things, and then luckily I can just go online and see you having like, how many people are in here? I'm just gonna round to about based
Right
on
at
your likes.
900.
Yeah, it's 900-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's more on the. There's some more on the tube too. So we got there's a good number here.
Yeah. So I just want to say you're doing a great job, and this does make impact. This does give people like hope and that things will get better, because I've been out protesting locally, just trying to help my community as much as I humanly can all year. So
Thank
just
you.
wanted
Friend.
to say that.
We really appreciate that. Okay, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Okay, friend.
Thank you.
All right.
You too.
Take care.
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a couple, just two things real quick to read off. Thank you, Dolphin, for the green app. It just says, stay frosty. Like that. Thank you. Also, thank you to Sky. I don't know if that was the same Sky, but thank you to Sky on the blue app. It just says, the MAGA intervention scene has been done in a South Park episode. Oh, man. But a reality TV show like Saving MAGA or something would be hilarious. I mean, honestly, I just, it would be so fucking great. I mean, let's just fucking do it. I would love that. So anytime, I'm all in on that shit. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, please hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Crystal just sent me. What did you send me? Don Bacon introduces bipartisan legislation prohibiting a U.S. invasion of a NATO member state. Holy shit, guys. We're at the point where we have to introduce legislation to prevent us from invading a fellow NATO state. I don't even fucking know anymore. At least it's bipartisan.
Yeah. I remember when Obama was president and like NRA TV still existed. And, there's a bunch of like, libertarian chuds that are just like the warrior ethos and just, this is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. Just cringe shit like that. And they would, have on these faux intellectual right-wing types that are like, most republics only last 200 years. And
Thank you.
we need to be vigilant. Jade Helm, Operation Jade Helm. That's really scary, everyone. Never forget Operation Jade Helm. Just, fear-mongering bullshit, stuff about the World Economic Forum, how apparently Obama was going to somehow use continuity of government to just remain in power or something.
Yep.
I don't know. I don't remember any legislation being passed during that time that's like, hey, you can't invade a NATO country. Also, you can't leave NATO. Like that was already passed. We already passed that. Under Trump, I think. Yeah, it was like last year. Last year. We passed this thing, and it literally was, you can't leave NATO without congressional approval, which, honestly, that makes sense in any world because you need congressional approval to enter. So makes sense. But yeah, like literally had to pass a law. Like, dude, Does it? Do these motherfuckers not like see that this is not normal? Yeah, that Congress has to put up guardrails and like put up these like warning signs of, hey, no, you can't just put a fork in an electrical socket. No, you can't do that. No, that's bad.
Yeah.
That is in fact bad.
It's usually bad. Generally, it's bad. By the way, thank you to Allie on the Green app. Allie just says, keep up the good work. The great work. Thank you, Allie. I appreciate that. It was very kind of you to say, Allie. Yes, we are the shithole country. Now, you are correct. That's us. Carlos, why don't you come on up and tell... Oh, what? Never mind. Look at that. Ask and ye shall receive. Hi, Carlos. How are you? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
What's up? Yes, I did.
Well, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
28, Wisconsin.
Cool. So you're saying that we didn't need congressional...
Hold on real quick.
I'm sorry.
Hold on real quick. You
sorry,
said this is a
excuse
shithole
me,
country?
I'm sorry. Did I ask you to talk? This is my show. Thank you. Anyways, so you said in the comments... I'm sorry, what was that?
I just laughed at how fucking pathetic you are. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Torta. Anyways, so what I was trying to say...
Oh, so you know me. You're a fan, too. I love it.
What's that?
I love all my fans.
I
love all my fans. Shout out Torta Patrol. Go ahead.
I just know your whiny...
all my accounts.
I just know your whiny little bitch-ass voice
Yeah,
because
you
it
can
sounds
shut up.
like your balls haven't dropped yet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Are your balls going to drop like by the time you're 30 or no?
Go ahead.
Are your balls going to drop yet or no?
Well, they dropped into your wife's mouth, but go ahead.
I'm not married. That's amazing.
Ask your wife.
I'm not.
But just go ahead.
I'm not married.
Can you name... I can tell.
Oh, okay.
You name a non...
Anyways, so why is it that you think that you can invade Venezuela without congressional approval?
Yeah, so it was actually a police matter. He had a bounty, which was increased by Joe Biden. It wasn't an act of
So
war
at what
or
point did
declaration.
we? At what point did we
Still
engage?
answering you,
At what
Goofy.
point did we engage in the extradition treaty that we have?
I'm
with
still
Venezuela?
answering
If it was
you,
a
Goofy.
police action, at what point did we engage with an extradition treaty?
If it needed congressional approval,
If
where's
it
the
was-
outrage
If it was
by Congress?
If it was a
Where's the
police
impeachment?
action, if it was a police action, as you say, when did we engage with the
That's
extradition
not as I
treaty?
say, as the
with
government, the
Venezuela?
federal government says.
Fantastic. If it was a police action, why didn't we engage in an extradition treaty?
Ask the federal government.
Awesome. What does Article 2 say about war? Who has the power?
The Congress.
Congress.
right?
Fantastic. Is invading another country an act
Did
of
we
war?
declare
Yes
war?
or no? Is invading
no,
another
we didn't.
country?
We didn't invade another country. We didn't invade another country, and we didn't declare war.
Is taking the head of state of another country by invading it an act of war?
No,
It's not.
not if it wasn't the actual
Hold
leader
on.
of the
Wait
country.
wait a second.
If it was a dictator.
Wait a second. So
Again,
a
this is
dictator.
something to
hold
take
on.
up with
Hold on.
Congress.
Oh wait. Hold
Take
on.
up- take it up with
Hold
the
on.
courts,
Wait a
take
second.
it up with
I've
the
got a
federal
question for.
government.
Okay, great. No, that's awesome. I have a question for you. So a dictator isn't the real leader of a country.
No, Maduro wasn't the real leader of that country.
No. I asked you. You said the dictator isn't a real leader of a country because you said if it's not the
I
real
said
leader
Maduro
of
wasn't
a
the real leader
no,
of the
that's not
country.
what you said. You just said if it's not
Well,
the
that's-
real.
that's exact-
No. What you just said, Torta, was if it's not the real leader of a country. Like a
Correct.
dictator. So, did you want to clarify your statement
not
and
what I
say it
said
was?
at all.
It's exactly what
That's
you
not
said.
what I said.
That's exactly what you said.
Sure, I'll clarify for you because you have a hard time listening.
It's okay, bud. I know what you just said.
It's okay. You're a sheltered white man. I get it. Mediocre white men don't know much about the politics in Latin America. So Maduro is actually a dictator who was falsely installed. He did not win the
Who was
election.
he installed
Everyone
by?
knows that.
Who was he installed
He
by?
wasn't recognized.
Who was
Did
he
Joe
installed
Biden recognize
by?
Maduro as a leader?
Who was he installed by? You said he was falsely installed. Who was he installed by?
Yeah, he was installed by his own government. He was already the leader
So
of
if
that
he
country.
was
and then he
installed
won
by
again.
his own government and he was already the leader, who was the leader of Venezuela?
Before him, but before he was installed falsely and stole the election, still Maduro. He's been doing it the whole time.
So he was the
Yeah.
leader of
Wait, so can you answer the
Venezuela?
question?
So he was the
Am I
leader
wrong?
of Venezuela?
Am I wrong?
So was he the leader of Venezuela?
Sure. Did Joe Biden recognize?
He just said sure, so we captured the leader of Venezuela.
No, he was no longer the leader.
What is a
Did-
dictator?
Did Joe Biden recognize him as the official leader of Venezuela? Yes or
No.
no?
What is
Nemo?
a dictator,
He didn't. He
Carlos?
didn't. Did he? Why didn't Joe Biden recognize him as the leader of Venezuela?
Could you please tell me what a
Nemo,
dictator
answer one
is?
question. Why
Hey,
did
Carlos.
Joe Biden
Hey,
not
Carlos,
accept
could you
him
answer my
as a leader
question,
of
please?
Venezuela?
Could you answer my question, please?
Why did Joe
Carlos?
Biden said he was an illegitimate leader?
Could you answer my question?
Well, because it's shitting on you. That's why you don't want to answer it, right? Because you said he is the legitimate leader, but Joe Biden disagrees with you. So which one is it? Is he the legitimate leader or is he illegitimate? Because Joe Biden's administration said he's illegitimate. Joe Biden says we do not recognize him as a leader of Venezuela.
Okay.
So which one is it, Nemo?
You're just here to like.
So which
talk to
dude?
yourself?
You're getting shit on. Which one is it?
I'm getting shit on.
Literally,
Am
answer
I?
the question unless you're getting shit on. You said
Answer
that
the
he is the.
question unless
You
you're
said he's a
getting shit
legitimate
on.
leader. Yes or no?
You asked me.
Can you answer a question?
Oh my
Are
god,
you okay,
dude?
Are you having a brain
like,
fart right now?
Are you able to keep your mouth shut?
Is
long
he a
enough for
legitimate
me to
leader, yes
answer?
or no?
Oh my god, you are definitely one of those types that.
Oh, you can't answer because you know you're
blow.
fucking wrong. So your
Holy
own
shit, dude.
your own person that you support. Biden
Let's try
says
this
it.
again. So like,
Go ahead, answer.
thank you. Okay, so you asked me if Biden considered Maduro to be the legitimate leader of Venezuela. I said no.
Do you think
did
he is?
not. Do I think that Maduro was the legitimate leader of Venezuela?
Mm-hmm.
He was the dictator of Venezuela.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no.
He's a dictator of Venezuela.
Is Maduro the
Is Maduro the
legitimate
leader of Venezuela? He was the
you can make fun of a-
dictator of
That's you're
Venezuela.
just and the
Oh, I'm
bigotry.
racist now.
the
I don't
bigotry
give
is-
a fuck, Carlos. I don't care. What
Oh
you think.
shit! You heard it here. Nemo's racist. He doesn't care. Say it again,
You
Nemo.
realize how many times I've been accused
Say it
of being
again, Nemo.
racist or misogynist? I don't give a fuck.
Well, you just made fun of a Latino accent.
Hey, Carlos, I have a
Have an
question.
accent?
Hey, Carlos, I have a question for you.
I made fun of a ladder puller.
Hey, Carlos.
Damn, nice one, bro.
What is it? Tio Tomas?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Carlos, I have a
Damn,
question.
sheltered
Hey,
white
Carlos, I have a question
strikes
for
again.
you. Hey, Carlos, I have a question for you.
Get
Is
laid, dude.
King Jong Un the leader of North Korea? Yes or no?
Hell yeah, he is.
Cool, but is he the legitimate leader of North Korea?
Hell yeah, he is.
Why? How so?
Well, I think Donald Trump recognizes him as a leader.
Wait a second. So you're saying that simply recognizing
Why are you
someone as a
deflecting, though?
leader? No, I'm asking a question to check your logic. So
You're
you're
deflecting.
saying that you can't seem to answer a simple question. If you can't answer simple questions, but
You couldn't.
it seems like your logic isn't going to hold up. So just calm your tits.
You already got cooked.
Just calm your tits, bud. Anyway, so you're saying that if a leader is recognized by Donald Trump, then they're a legitimate leader. Is that correct? Is that
By
what
the
you're saying?
U.S. federal government? Yes, sure.
Okay, awesome. So if a leader is recognized by the United States, they are a legitimate leader.
To the United States, yes, sure.
To the United States or to the rest of the world?
If the United States thinks that someone is a legitimate leader, they are the legitimate leader to the United States.
If the United
Pretty simple.
States
I don't know how you can understand.
recognizes
Oh, this is
a
confusing for you?
legitimate leader to the no, it's just the way that you said it was kind of dumb because you said
So did
if
Joe
the-
Biden
you said if the United States
Maduro is-
recognizes a legitimate leader to the United States, it's to the United. You said the United States like a million times in that sentence, so it was kind of dumb. It was
Twice.
a little hard to follow what you
Twice.
said. It was kind of stupid. You need to work on your
If you're
syntax
stupid.
a little bit, but that's okay, bud. It's okay. We know it's your second language, so it's all right.
That was hard for you to-
Anyways, I understand, Chief. It's your second language. We'll give you a pass on it. It's okay. Grammar isn't your strong suit, and English can be difficult. I understand for non-English speakers. It's okay. Your accent is getting better, though. I'm really proud of you. I'm very impressed. Nice work. Where'd you go? Come back.
I'm right here. Sorry. I was
Anyways, that's okay.
screen recording.
So I was just curious. What's that? Oh, you're just screen recording?
Yeah, I was just screen recording.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Anyways.
Magic. Can't wait to hear the narrative that apparently I'm racist.
Apparently. Oh, Alex, you didn't load up. If you're a Trump supporter, you're welcome to come on back up. Oh, ragdolls, it's fine. I don't really care. User, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? User, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? User.
Damn, not too proud of the racist comments, are we?
What was that one?
What happened there? Politics?
What's that? But my name is in politics. Why are you being racist?
Oh, sorry, Matthew.
Oh, there you go. Attaboy. You figured it out. Thanks for coming on up so I could block your next account. He just wants to record and then snip things together in a disingenuous way, which is almost certainly what he's going to do. And he wants to try to report us. It's one or the other. Torta is literally the most bad faith, disingenuous asshole on here. He also got really, really mad when I absolutely fucking roasted him on Erica's live like a week and a half ago. So he's been out for blood. Just me. You can come on up, and I'd be happy to talk to you if you can actually have a conversation. Jordy, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm actually a Democrat. I just really quick wanted to say that as Democrats, like, we're supposed to be tolerant and we're not supposed to be racist. And, like, you were actually making fun of that guy and, like, his accent. And it's just hard to watch, like, being part of the same party as you.
Oh, well, it's
That's
cool.
all I had to say.
That's awesome. Not a Democrat, and neither is Nemo. So you don't have to be part of the same party as either of us. And if you thought that that was us making fun of that guy's accent, we weren't. You missed that entire conversation.
Jordy, you're not going to get picked.
Good try, though. Oh, Jordy. Good try. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. I see a couple of you chirping down in the chat.
Emmeline, replay your video. You did repeatedly. You called him a ladder puller. You misspelled ladder puller. But okay. Yes, I did. I went a step further, too. I said Tio Tomas. Tio means uncle.
People tend to do that when they lose a debate, right, Nemo?
Oh, there he is.
Can't expect much from a Jewish guy either, right? Right,
there
Matthew?
it is. There it
Little
is.
Jew.
See, there you go. You guys still upset that we said one thing about his accent? There you go. There's the anti-Semitism. But please continue.
Where'd the dumb pick-me bitch go? What was that about intolerance?
Come on back up, Jordy. Want to say something now? Where you at?
The Live, Laugh, Love, totally a Democrat, and definitely not stifling her laughter at the end because, again, trying to get picked.
And by the way, Jordy, if you are actually a white liberal lady, you're the problem. FYI. David.
What's up?
Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
Cool. How old are you and what state
What's that third
did you vote in?
blank state? Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
24 now, and I voted in Michigan.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Oh, I see. Yeah, no, when I'm going to see what the third was, I see it's ICE is a domestic terror group.
Yep.
We can talk about things in general, or if you want to keep it to one of those, I don't have as strong of views. Now, I think that there's a sense in which MAGA is Christian and defensibly so. But we can also talk about things in general. I don't know.
Okay. Well, David, it's usually better if we have a jumping off point. And like I said, these are just kind of starters, or if there's something else that Donald Trump is doing right now that you'd like to discuss. But that's all. It would just be good to maybe start somewhere instead of just. So, is there some place that you'd maybe like talk, like something that you like that Donald Trump is doing right now that you're like, hey, I think this is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the strong case for him, or the one that I kind of start out when I go on these kinds of things, is basically like it begins by foregrounding and acknowledging that like the character of Trump might be like vulgar or idiotic, and his supporters like are often especially inarticulate. And I use that word advisedly to mean that like they aren't good at explaining, or they aren't good at explaining their thoughts or their moral intuitions. Mm. But I think that nonetheless, or sorry, and then furthermore, I think that the Trump administration is like this mixture of the populist element in Trump, which I do think is Christian and moral and democratic in a deep sense. It sits alongside all these like corporate functionaries, like these people installed by the Trump administration, or sorry, by the RNC. And so I think that the administration is not always good. It's not uniform. In fact, it's like there's always a war. But Trump himself is like this populist figure. He's single-handedly realigned American politics. He's made populism viable both on the on the right, and single-handedly moved the Overton window. He served as a kind of a catalyst or a lightning rod, a Schelling point for conservatism. Without his personal charismatic force, we wouldn't have moved right on a bunch of social issues that matter to me, feminism and gender issues. And all that's true, even as Trump himself is like not some philosopher king. That's what I'll say up front. It's kind of a lot to digest, but
Okay. Okay. So what's a policy? What's a straight up policy of Donald Trump's that you are very much in favor of? How about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, I think that the big thing with him is not per se any specific initiative. I mean, I support cracking down on immigration, and like I support what he's doing with universities, and just changing executive guidelines, on gender issues and the Department of Education.
So you support the United States government getting involved in education?
Yes, yeah, strongly.
Then why is the United States government dismantling the Department of Education?
Well, most of what that department was doing was that. And so decreasing federal authority, or there was basically entrenched bureaucrats, were pushing an agenda, as it were, and that agenda is bad.
What agenda were they pushing?
The universities.
What agenda was the DOE pushing?
Well, it was allowing a lot of. Well, maybe it's better to characterize it as like. I want to say that that a lot of what the administration is doing is good in terms of putting pressure on elite universities.
Yeah, but
basically,
hold on, but I did ask you a question. Let's just stick. Let's try to stay on topic. You said that the DOE was pushing an agenda. What agenda was the Department of Education pushing?
Yeah, I mean, the reason I try to move away from that was like it is kind of I just kind of misspeak. What I more mean is that there's the endogenous agenda. It's kind of woke leftist thing.
A what?
It's
agenda?
Like highly entrenched.
A what agenda?
An endogenous agenda.
An
agenda that something that is within something that emerges from internal forces rather than external forces.
Okay.
Well, I'm still
an internal agenda. The academy is super left wing. Hello?
Okay. Okay. How? Are you saying that it's the curriculum that schools are teaching?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. And fantastic. Great. I'll stop you right there, because curriculum is decided at the state level and has nothing to do with the Department of Education. In fact, there's a federal law that prohibits the federal government and the Department of Education from writing curriculum and passing it to the states. We literally have a federal law against that. So nothing in terms of curriculum at schools has to do with the Department of Education. So I'm glad we cleared that up, that has nothing to do with the DOE.
Yeah, so there's two things there. The first is that obviously the government exerts indirect control in terms of funding.
No, it doesn't. In
And-
terms of curriculum, there's nothing that
And
they can
I'm
do to
mostly
change
talking about
curriculum.
universities.
Oh, so wait a second. So I thought we were talking about the Department of Education, and you said
Yeah.
so.
It's
Basically,
like that's-
so
that-
basically,
that's
so basically, you have no logical consistency because on one hand, you want the Department of Education to be completely dismantled and for there to be no influence whatsoever on anything that we do with education in the public sector, and every state should be able to completely manage their own schools. But you want the federal government to have their hand down the pants of our public universities. I'm confused.
Well, it's not just public universities. It's all.
Oh, private universities
So I do
too?
want that.
Oh, cool.
And-
So you want
and
the
no-
you want the federal
I mean,
government to be
for one-
involved in private institutions
Right.
as well? Wow, that's super conservative of you and very Republican. Big government, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it is conservative. That requires special dispensations.
Nemo, do you remember the
not
days?
some like libertarian.
Hey, Nemo, do you,
that is
Nemo, do you remember
retarded.
the days when Republicans were like, "I don't want government to be involved in my life," and now they're like, "Please, government, be involved in my life."
Yeah, it's crazy how that happens. Oh, you got bars.
Hello.
Your connection's kind of spotty. Just give it a second.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Let me. Yeah. How is it now?
Okay. Yeah, I think you're good.
I think you're good now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. It's not a, for a long time, there was this kind of ridiculous libertarianism that made sense and was possible in a world where, you know, people were saner, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Just like martial law is warranted, in times of civil crisis or the Civil War, you need to exercise special prerogatives, in times of acute crisis. We've had an acute ideological crisis emanating from the universities really for 60 years, but it's been especially bad for the last 30 or 20. That has, as it were, refuted, naive libertarianism about speech or curriculum. And as a result of that, the government does need to step in. And it's not like, there's, for a long time, universities didn't receive state subsidization at all. All the funding that we've been giving universities, if it really was so conducive to education, you would have showed up somewhere in the, the literacy statistics or, the general human capital of the United States. But
It
that's
has,
mostly not.
except it
what you
has,
see in-
except it has. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Except it has.
What are you thinking of, the college wage premium or because I don't think so. I mean, I think the educational standards, the value of a degree has just declined precipitously every decade. Since the Second World War, maybe with the exception of the 50s to the 60s. But no, the value of a degree has been going down. We've been forcing people to go into college who shouldn't be there. They're diluting overall quality. And, it's not like standardized test scores, and this isn't about universities in particular, but it's not like, we're in a really good position. I don't know if you saw recently the SAT is like replacing the long reading sections with like these hilarious like tweet length ones, or they keep adjusting the scores upward. But of course, that's not about universities. But yeah, so respond to the argument that, there's a big problem. The government basically should try to spur internal reforms by threatening universities. We've seen that happen at some universities. I mean, you can just say that like the woke curriculum is good if that's your belief.
I mean, I don't really see how there is a problem. Like, so the notion that academia is inherently left wing. I mean, you're going to have to kind of substantiate that.
I mean, really? Like, are you kidding me? I mean, I've gone to elite universities. I think it's pretty manifest. I have a hard time believing even you don't believe that. But yeah, I mean, there are courses in, trans studies, Black studies. I mean, basically normal people. I know many people from home and others who come into their sociology or their humanities degrees like relatively normal and come out like, disbelieving in the biological reality of gender, believing that, society is like this intractable conflict between, an oppressive overclass, which may be white or capitalist, depending on the flavor of the week, who basically come away sympathizing with Palestine and terrorists in Gaza. At the University of Michigan, there were signs everywhere to globalize the Intifada. You have on your little thing that Gaza is not Christian. I don't know exactly what that means, but presumably you don't agree with the tactics or the means of the Second Intifada, although maybe you do. But yeah, I mean, I also
what?
Which part of that? Why are you guys so? Say what?
You said something about is not Christian. Did you say Gaza is not Christian? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I misread because there's stuff.
Okay.
I see MAGA isn't Christian. So yeah, I was like, I don't know what that means. But would that make sense? Obviously, it says there's like text on the screen over it. But yeah, I mean, I gave as an example of universities radicalizing students that, during the encampments two years ago, there were signs saying we should globalize the Intifada, and things like that. Just broad sympathy with Hamas.
Is it sympathy with Hamas or is it sympathy with Palestine?
There's certainly people who have sympathy with Hamas. I mean, if you look right after October 7th, the students at Harvard released, that letter, blaming October 7th fully on Israel, saying that, adopting the Islamic language of martyrdom for people who, these are not our finest people.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't really believe you if you think that, if you claim not to see that, some leftists basically have, crossed over and sympathized with Hamas.
Can I circle back around to something, because I don't want to pivot to that just yet. We can talk about that
Sure.
if you'd like, but you seem to think, David, that there's a woke liberal agenda at the colleges, and that if you go to college, that's the thing that's going to turn you leftist. Am I summarizing your argument roughly? Is that correct?
Yeah, that often happens.
Awesome, fantastic. There's zero evidence to support anything that you've just said. You couldn't show me a single study that would support that, or any actual data. But do you know what I actually do have studies and data over many decades that does support? It's called development of critical thinking skills and exposure to diverse perspectives and communities. They've done numerous studies on many different college campuses. And college students, on the whole, are better at critical thinking skills because they've developed them in classes, right? So on the whole, they're better at critical thinking. That's number one. And number two, more people who go to college are exposed to diverse perspectives and diverse communities because they're out of their hometown. They're out of their bubble, right? And so they're introduced to new people. Those are the things that give them more left-leaning ideas. It's not the curriculum. Everybody's learning the same things. And then people make decisions on their own how they want to go politically. That's the problem with your argument, because your argument would be they're teaching them all this stuff. Well, then everyone would come out of colleges Democrats or left-leaning or liberal or whatever you want to term it. But that's not what happens. It's just that the more that people are exposed to critical thinking and the more that people are exposed to diverse communities, the more left-leaning that they become generally. It's been studied and documented. What you're saying has not.
Yeah, so there's many problems with what you just said. So for one, a lot of those studies are just themselves self-promotional materials created by liberal academics.
I didn't even quote. Hold on, time out. Number one, I haven't even quoted any of the studies to you. So it's amazing that your first instinct is to simply attack the studies that you know nothing about.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the genre of thing
that's
you're
number
talking
one.
about, yes.
And then number two
I'm
is
familiar with
I've asked you to
in
provide.
general.
So great. So can you provide a study that would give us any information that would support your claim.
What, you want me to put it in the TikTok chat? You want me to go on my
Oh, you don't
my
have to
Yale
put it in the
library,
oh no, you don't have to
find
put it in
some
the
startup-
TikTok. Oh no,
make sure
no, bud.
I'll run
Hey,
a
bud.
regression analysis for what's
No.
obviously going around
No, hey,
me.
bud.
That's ridiculous, man.
Okay, got it. So you don't have to put it in the TikTok chat. You could just cite us a single study that would back up your claim. Any academic anywhere, a conservative academic who was able to successfully conduct a study that said there is a woke liberal curriculum epidemic and it's turning our kids leftist. Show me.
Are you familiar with FIRE and what's his name? Haidt's work, Jonathan Haidt's work?
No.
Or
did he
okay,
write?
well,
Okay, what's the
I mean,
study and how many years did he conduct it and what schools? You can give me the you can give me the number of the study and I could look it up that way. What's the number and where was it? Which school was it published through?
Just look up FIRE report Haidt.
What is it?
And their, FIRE report. It's an acronym. I think it's Freedom Intellectual. I don't remember the words. This is just the person that comes to mind.
Hold on. I don't understand. No, I don't understand. How do you spell it?
Look up FIRE report, like the word fire, like combustion.
I found it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they rank a bunch of universities based on the amount of intellectual freedom or the extent to which students feel like they can express their views. They come to the conclusion, surprising no one who's actually been there. It sounds like you haven't, which is why you have all this faith in these ridiculous studies.
Hold on.
That
hang on, bud. I asked you. Wait a second. It's just hold on. Time out. Nemo, can you tell me what's the URL for the site?
The THE fire.
Yeah.
.org.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so thefire.org. So wait a second. It just says free speech makes free people. So I'm sorry. I don't see anything here. So where's their methodology?
You opened the website 3 seconds ago. Look around.
Hold on. Time out, bud.
I'm not going to tell you how to navigate an HTML page.
Hey, bud. This is your source. I asked, so I'm assuming that you've researched it. What is their methodology for the way that they conduct this?
I know at least part of what they do is ask students. They survey students, but I think that there's a number of indicators. Now they lay this out at length on a thing, on publicly available pages that you can navigate to. But again, I don't think this is I don't think your followers have all of this in front of you, and I don't want to defend one specific program or whatever. And I don't think getting into the details of the methodology is going to be very productive. We're going to trade blows about that, but it's going to serve to deflect from a broader phenomenon. And also, I just think, like I said, there's a lot of reasons to think that the overall efficacy of these kinds of studies is ultimately very limited. And I don't believe you when you pretend not to know what you're talking about or what I'm talking about when obviously the universities are extremely left-wing. They have been for a long time, to the extent that there's a bias in the literature that suggests that liberals or progressives are,
hey bud,
are better.
Hey bud. I
because
never.
you can't
Hey
get
bud.
a job
Hey
if you're
buddy.
conservative.
Hey bud. You got to take a breath, man. Just calm the fuck down a little bit. Number one. Number two is
Dude, I'm very calm. You're the one who sounds stilted. I'm having a good time. It's no big deal. But you get mad.
Hey bud, I'm not.
You have to wait until you hear something that you understand, so you can bust out your talking point.
David,
I give a long monologue full of bespoke arguments. You don't respond to any of it. You make a face like, oh, he's so inarticulate.
David, you have to actually stop talking at some point. You're rambling. Please calm down. No one's angry. I'm very much responding to your points. It's difficult to respond to you because you ramble. That's why it's a little difficult. You're not concise about what you're talking about. So please calm down and take a breath. Now, I've never asserted to you that academia as a whole or education as a whole doesn't lean to the left or to liberal thought, because the definition of being liberal is in fact the idea of being open to new thought, which is kind of like the core component of education. So no one here is saying that liberal thought isn't the essence of education. No one's saying that. But your little website here, which is which is very interesting. This Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression has some very interesting connections. For example, they sponsor Turning Point USA. They also have received millions of dollars in contributions from PACs that are in collaboration with conservative dark money groups and with the Hate Group Alliance. And the Koch Foundation has contributed to them. So no,
Yes,
what
all
they're
those
so
people believe
basically
in
what they're
intellectual
doing
inquiry
so
and benefit
basically
from
so
intellectual
basically
diversity.
what they're doing, they've also partnered with an anti-LGBTQ hate group called the Alliance Defending Freedom. So I basically am going to say that the Fire report is so biased that there's no possible way that they could have an objective way to do any sort of reporting. So this source that you're trying to give us is so bunk, it's really ridiculous, bud. Do you have any objective sources that you can give us that have performed any sort of studies on universities that would support what you're saying, or do you need to concede this point?
So I don't accept that it's invidiously biased. Obviously, the reason those
You
conservative
don't
groups
accept that it's biased, even
support-
though I literally just listed off to you all of the ways that it's inherently biased.
Yeah, you just Googled it, found the first attack article you could find.
It's not an attack
and
article.
didn't consider it as a
It's
whole.
not an attack article. I have sources for all of these things and all of the donors, and I have the.
I'm not.
I have
you learned
the.
about it 5 seconds ago.
I'm sorry.
Googled
I
it. I'm
literally
very
have
impressed.
the. I literally
I never thought
have
of that before,
the.
that there'd be some alliance with people who believe in free speech.
I literally have the press release that says that they have partnered with the Alliance Defending Freedom, which is quite literally a hate group. Sorry. Yes, I did just Google it, and I just found this out. So it's amazing to me that you would use this incredibly biased source to think that that would be a good counter to decades of research from many,
I don't
many,
even know
many
if you were
different
able to find
universities.
the methodology page, but obviously,
Why would I go for the methodology
results
page?
that they-
Why would I go to the methodology page of a website that is inherently biased? I don't care what this website has to say. It's biased. It's completely skewed. It's just bullshit.
Okay, so I don't know how I haven't been looking. I don't know how much you've been muting me. So hopefully I'm allowed to say anything at all. But yeah, the point of the methodology, the reason that's made public is that
It
you can see
doesn't.
for
I
yourself
just told
that
you that it doesn't matter what the
techniques-
methodology is because this website is bunk. Do you have any other sources that you can offer to us that would support your point?
So if the Koch network funded a study about
It's
fundamental
not
physics,
just the Koch. It's not just the Koch network. If it was just the Koch brothers, maybe we could move forward. But it's all of the different things, including literally partnering with a hate group.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
even
I
what's
mean,
labeled as a hate
yeah,
group,
that's
I
kind of
regard
that's
as-
kind of a problem. I know. So, anyways, do you have any other actual sources that are only like mildly biased, or do you just go for the completely fucking in the tank biased sources?
Look, I'm not going to continue to trade these, studies. I don't have a computer in front of me. I'm
You're right.
walking
I would
around.
run away from this
The
point if I were
general-
you too, because you don't have anything to support what
I'm
you're
not running
saying.
away, dude.
I
You're
would
deflecting by trying to go into the
I'm
weeds
not
about
deflecting.
these retarded social science
I
studies.
I know
There's
it's
nothing.
there. It is. I know that it's really difficult when you don't have sources to back up your pseudoscience and the bullshit that
Where'd
comes
you go
out
to
of your
college?
mouth. I went to Florida State University. Where did you go to college?
I went to Michigan. Now I'm at Yale. And look,
Wow, that's
I've been there. I've seen it
fantastic.
firsthand.
Awesome.
I've
That's
seen it
that's
firsthand, man.
fantastic. Yale sucks, and so does New Haven. Harvard for life.
Right. Yeah, no, I actually agree. New Haven is not great. But look, man, it's like this is a manifest reality. I don't even know what the point of trying to push back against this is. Like, everyone knows that the university.
There it is. Everyone knows because I don't have anything to back up what I'm saying. I've gone to Michigan and Yale, but apparently I don't know what a primary source is or how to give it. Anything else?
Okay, so does the audience know that you mute me? Like, can they?
Yes, they know that I'm muting you because you keep just trying to fucking go off on all these tangents.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer you.
You're not answering, bud. Do you have a source for this or not?
Yeah, because
okay,
you're not
great.
letting me,
The answer
because
is because you won't
talk
answer the
over
fucking
me.
question. Because you won't answer the question so that we can move on. You don't have a source. Just say, I don't have a
I'm
source
not
for anything
answering
that I'm
in a-
saying.
in a-
You don't have a source.
Oh my god.
Oh my God, he's asking for a
what's the point of
source.
this?
My God, I know. What's the point? Exactly. Why are you arguing something that you have zero information to back up?
The information at its best is not very good. Okay? The studies aren't good. They're obviously biased in either direction. The overall, what is it? The power, as it were, the statistical power of the studies is never strong. There's a strong reason to think that there's this particular bias in terms of who's doing it and the results that we got. Even in cases where there is, equivocation, that itself does not prove very much. And it kind of seems like you have this like mythical idea that professors are really smart and they're disinterested scholars, as though it's the mid-century America, but it's like it's not. It's all political, and so it's a naive, touching faith in these studies, but like they're bullshit.
I mean, like the assertion that it's all political, dude. Like I went to college. Ugh, God, I'm getting old. 10 years ago, and I went to college for IT. I had to take one political science class, just like as I think it was like an elective. I just decided to pick that. I mean, that was kind of just like civics on steroids. The guy who taught it was left leaning, but that was back in like 2011. Took macroeconomics.
It's gotten a lot worse, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're able to measure that from 2011 to now?
Yeah. Yes, you can. People can tell. It's gotten steadily worse since
People
the
can
90s.
tell. Okay, how are you able to tell?
What is this bizarre skepticism? Like, this is ridiculous. Like,
You're making a
do you accept
statement.
that it's a socially recognized fact?
No, you're making a statement about how it's actually gotten a lot worse. How would you possibly
the same way
know
you
that?
can make all sorts of qualitative
Qualitative
judgments.
What?
Yeah,
No. What? Okay, good. Continue. Sorry.
Look, like I said, I don't think quantitative social science is a successful paradigm. A lot of people think this. Look up the replication crisis, look up the related literature. Most published research is false. We know that. What is it? From just the statistical techniques that are in use are not very strong. And there's a lot of conceptual problems especially in basically all the survey sciences. And yeah, I do think that it's a socially recognized fact. A lot of things are intuitive. They're difficult to explain. It's hard to make yourself articulate about the finer, nuances of philosophy or epistemology, for someone who's never, clearly not engaged with it. But it's like, like there are lots of things people know. They don't have the language to say them exactly, but we can trust that they're socially recognized facts. And, it just is obvious. It's manifest. There's a million examples of, the political bias of the universities. If you wanted to say that's good fully, look, I agree with I don't know which one of you is which, but I agree with the earlier speaker who said that, like, to some extent, being liberal is just being skeptical and questioning. That's the heart of philosophy. I think that goes too far and that's a hypertrophied instinct. But like, it obviously is the case that to some extent that's the point of the university.
That's not even what I said. You're misquoting like you can't even take in the thing that I said. You've misquoted what I said. You can't even do that, right, dude?
Like, I wasn't quoting you. I was paraphrasing. But
you paraphrased me wrong.
Okay, what did you find objectionable?
The definition of being liberal, part of it is being open to new things and being open to new ideas, which is the core of learning. So literally, if you're going to be open to learning, you said questioning things and being critical. That's not what I said.
Questioning isn't being open to learning?
Oh my God, dude. I can't. Jesus Christ. No,
is critical being open to learning? I mean, like, questioning that depending on how you assign a I guess the meaning to the word questioning, in theory, it could be open to learning. Critical, I
Yeah,
don't
you're
know
critical
about
of
that.
received wisdom and therefore open to
Critical of
alternative
received
perspectives.
wisdom. So, I mean, if you're critical of it, I don't know if that would mean that you're open to new perspectives.
Well,
But now we're
you're
getting into
critical
a
of
semantical
received wisdom,
discussion.
and therefore, because you're critical of received wisdom, if you're confident about something, you're not open per se to it, being overturned radically.
Okay.
So
ultimately, the narrative that academia is some liberal indoctrination center, like this narrative has existed for a while, and
right.
I think that ultimately what you're going to run into is a correlation or a correlative link, but not a causal one. So is it true that people who go to college are more likely to be, I guess, left-leaning or liberal or whatever by the end of those 4 years? Yeah. It's not because of I guess the university itself indoctrinating them, right? It's kind of the same idea as saying somebody
Would you
who
have
lives in a
reason to
city-
expect?
Go ahead.
Would you have reason to expect that? Suppose there was that strong correlation, like you noted, and you also just knew that most humanities departments were staffed overwhelmingly, if not literally exclusively, with people who were either liberal or extremely or left wing or extremely left wing. Like basically all the faculty, more or less, are of a particular persuasion. And you notice that correlation. Would you have then sufficient evidence to say that there, to some extent, there was an influence or brainwashing or whatever?
I mean, you say for the humanities departments, I guess ultimately that depends, right? That's going to vary. Like you
Why
say,
does it depend?
overwhelmingly, I'm going to question that.
There was, recent reports where there are some sociology departments that, for example, have literally no conservatives.
Okay.
And in psychology departments, it's 95 plus.
Okay.
Linguistics is like that too. Econ and philosophy are among the humanities and social sciences where there's a little bit more diversity of thought, but it's still overwhelming. I'm like I said, I'm critical of a lot of the quantitative social science and these survey results, but I'm sure your other guy is typing away.
So-
He could quickly find some of this if he wanted to.
No,
if you were searching charitably.
Dude, you can stop being passive aggressive. That's it kind of indicates that you're losing. So, I mean, as far
How is
as
that passive aggressive? I was just saying
you're
you
being
could quickly find
passive-aggressive
this.
right now. You're being passive aggressive. So,
You just reiterated. I asked a question. Why you reiterated the claim?
damn,
I wanted
man,
the reason
you
why the claim.
really cannot shut up. So you're being passive aggressive because you're sitting here talking to me, and then you immediately draw attention to Matt shifting in his chair.
I thought he was typing
and looking at a screen, right?
Yeah, he's at a computer.
Okay, cool. I'm also at a computer. So, listen. What I was trying to say is that, for example, my poli-sci dude, back in 2011, yeah, he was left-leaning. My macro teacher was very much a, I guess we'll say, supply-side economics guy.
Yeah,
Trickle
they might
down.
be the econ people might be libertarians or neoclassical people, but they're not social conservatives. They're not Christian. They don't believe
What
in
does social conservatism have to do with economics?
Well, it's what I care about when I say the universities are liberal. There are people who in the universities.
But we're talking about an economics class. What does social conservatism have to do with
Well, you
teaching
gave your economics class as an example of there being ideological diversity. I said that's not the right kind of ideological diversity. That's not the kind that I'm looking for, which is social conservatism, not being a supply sider.
Okay, but we're saying okay, hold on here. As it pertains to teaching the subject, the guy who taught the subject taught it from a conservative angle. We were given The Road to Serfdom by F.A. Hayek.
Yeah.
Okay, so like this idea that
he's
he
like
was
an
a
arch
Marxist,
classical
like,
liberal. He's not a reactionary. He's not a conservative. You know, it's like you're not.
A reactionary economist.
Yeah, I'm just look.
Like,
I'm admitting.
what is a reactionary economist? Like, this is silly.
No, you're not. That's not relevant.
That's not
look, I'm
relevant
conceding.
to the,
I'm
to,
conceding.
to
I
teaching
agree.
Macroeconomics, dude. Listen to what you're saying.
No, neoclassical theory just is right wing. Like I accept that.
Okay,
I'm not.
This is
I'm
the
not
broader
disputing that.
Okay, dude. He was very much like a supply side, like Reaganomics type guy.
Yes. Yeah.
Literally assigned F.A. Hayek, Road to Serfdom, wrote a paper. I got an A on that. I would cry blood if I had to read Hayek today.
Ugh.
And also did the whole fear-mongering thing about what was it? Is it unfunded liabilities? It's the big scare number about Social Security.
I remember this. Yeah.
So the guy very much taught econ from a conservative angle. Now, was he preachy about it? No.
Yeah.
So he was very he was a nerdy dude. I liked him. I mean, I genuinely liked him. He was a nerdy dude. But there was absolutely an angle there. Now, did that affect my outlook? Like, I mean, I'm a socialist, so clearly not. But the point is that if we're talking about professors teaching subjects, then they're whether or not they are socially conservative in a class that has to do specifically with economics, I mean, does that affect their delivery of the material? Because I am in their class.
It depends on the subject. Yeah.
Well, okay, and so we're talking about economics. So, like, this is my point. Is you brought up social conservatism in relation to an economics class, which has
you brought up the economics class, and I'm perfectly willing to concede that all the details of the story you provided. But my point was that in the humanities and the social sciences, to a lesser extent, you're not getting real representation of conservative views. I proactively earlier in this conversation, I proactively said economics is a partial exception because you will get people who defend the neoclassical model.
How about this, David? Let's not get in the weeds. Let's try to prove your point once and for all. Since you don't have data to do it, I'll help you out.
Okay.
BYU in Utah. Literally, if you are on faculty there, you have to sign a document saying that you will uphold the teachings of the Mormon Church if you are on faculty there. It is the fourth most conservative college in the entire country, and the staff leans predominantly Republican. Are you aware of this information, yes or no?
Yeah, BYU, fine. It's a weird exception. It's the Mormon school.
Fantastic.
Yeah, sure.
I'm really, really glad that you are aware of that information. Here's a report from your website, FIRE, that shows that at BYU, students who start there shift by 16 points from freshman year to senior year, Republican to Democrat.
Yeah.
So guess what? So guess what? Your theory it's your theory that it has anything to do with the liberal professors is completely bunk. It's exactly what we're saying. Kids go to college and they're introduced to critical thinking and new experiences, and that's what does it. Because the fourth most conservative school in America that has a predominantly Republican professorial base, where they literally have to sign a document saying they will uphold the teachings of the Mormon Church at a religious school, they still have a 16-point bump from freshman year to senior year, and the source on that is your own website, FIRE.
Yeah, so there's many reasons to be skeptical of that. One is that BYU in general...
Wait a second, you want to be skeptical of your own source? The source that you gave us?
No, the inference you're drawing from the source. I'm not doubting the result that they...
Get the fuck out of here! Get the fuck out of
Are you
here.
listening?
You whiny little bitch. Get the fuck out of
You have
here.
fact.
You
You provided an
literally
interpretation of that fact.
can't even.
I
You
said
fucking
that
little bitch.
interpretation is not reliable. You have to scream because you apparently
No,
can't
I
follow what
can't.
I'm
No,
saying.
I literally
Ridiculously.
can't believe. I literally
old are you?
can't
You're making those
believe.
noises?
I literally cannot believe that you have backtracked
interpreted the-
like such a little baby back bitch after I just fucking owned you like that. Just take the L, man. Just take the fucking L. You and I
not
both
disputing
know
the
that
facts
there's
at all.
just
But you
oh my
interpret
god.
it as being generally applicable, as being representative of what happens in the United States. It's not representative. There's a lot of reasons to be.
That was your standard. You're the one who said
Will you stop
that it's
muting me?
lib.
Oh my
No,
God.
I won't. That's because it was your standard. You said it was the liberal professors and their ideology that was doing it. And I just proved you directly wrong.
The fact is that they shift to the left. The interpretation you gave is that that is representative of what happens in general all the time and overcomes all the other bias. And now, because you don't have a response to that, you're like laughing and freaking out in this weird way. Like, if you would like to continue to do this, or, you know, if it's just going to be a clown show where, you know, you go in the tank for 15 minutes, find like a bad gotcha, and then freak out. It's like, okay, I'll just leave.
Your nervous laughter is really
But-
funny, kid. I got to tell you.
I don't really think people. You must be.
If you got into Yale, they've really dropped their
You must be
standards.
right.
They've really dropped their standards these days. You're really embarrassing. If this is the best that you can do for a debate, is backpedaling your points so that you can cover your ass, because you're gonna maybe go on YouTube.
I've
and
responded
You're gonna maybe go on YouTube and like watch this back, and I think you're gonna be embarrassed from where you started and what you've said up till this point, because you literally drew a line between liberal professors and what they taught to students becoming leftists. And when I pointed out to you, yes, because you won't shut the fuck up while other people are talking, because we're adults and you're a fucking child whose frontal cranium has not finished growing in all the way yet. So, anyways, calm the fuck down, Junior. What I was trying to explain to you is that you were the one who drew that comparison. And when I asked you if BYU was conservative, and I asked you to confirm that those people were conservative, and by the way, Real Clear Politics and a number of other sources all confirm that school, that the faculty leans to the right heavily, and it's a religious school. And then your own source, FIRE, which I still think is a piece of shit organization, but even they say that kids shift from right to left over their 4 years. And then you go, well, that thing that I said, the thing that I said happens while kids go to school, it doesn't happen at BYU because that doesn't fit my narrative. That's you. So cope harder, kid. Cope harder.
Yeah, so I don't think that what happens at BYU is representative of
exactly, because it
colleges
doesn't
broadly.
fit your narrative. Cope harder.
Well, so you muted me repeatedly while I was trying to make the point as to why BYU isn't representative. Yeah, like I said, I never disputed the results of the study, which is the only thing that links it to the FIRE result, which is just that there is an appreciable shift to the left, even at allegedly right-wing institution, BYU.
Great.
So,
Awesome. So then we would have to agree that
you have to go beyond that fact.
Fantastic. So then we would have to agree that liberal professors don't affect students, right?
Sorry, you keep muting me.
I know. So we would have to agree that liberal. Awesome. So we would have to agree that liberal effect. That we would have to agree then that liberal. Okay. So wait. So which is it? Do professors affect students or not? Do the professors' political leanings affect students or do they not? Which is it? Because you can't have it both ways.
In general,
they do. In general, great. So at BYU, why don't they affect the students?
Well, they do affect the students.
Except for the fact that they don't, because they go from right to left.
That are unique to.
Except they don't.
Unique to Mormonism.
Except they don't, because they go from right to left. So what you just said contradicts itself.
There are a lot of it.
You are literally a walking logical fallacy, kid.
Yeah. Okay.
I know, right? There's no
Um,
answer to that because
but-
it contradicts itself. You can't have it both
There-
ways. So which
I've
is
actually
it?
been repeatedly trying to give you the answer to that. I
Then
don't-
give
you
me
don't
the
seem very
answer.
curious
What's
about
the
it.
answer?
Well, there's a lot of areas. There's a lot of distinctions, or sorry, a lot of distinct properties about BYU and Mormonism in particular that would lead people to make it not representative. So, like, a lot of Mormons are committed to biblical literalism. That is a right-wing view which just doesn't hold up. You can't maintain that. And anyone who doesn't, biblical studies or New Testament studies, that is something that's going to reliably shake your faith. Another thing is that BYU does accept a lot of people from like complete nowhere places like Idaho and like mountain Idaho and parts of Utah. People that really, in a lot of cases, if they weren't Mormon, they wouldn't be going to college. And so, these people who, maybe think the earth is 6,000 years old, maybe don't believe in evolution, right? Maybe haven't, they're stuck in the, more than the 20th century, the 19th century, they're stuck in the past, right? So there's a lot of things about Mormonism and that collision with higher education that, yeah, I agree, that has a reliably liberal making effect.
So
it's
you're
no
saying
surprise.
that the people from these small towns go to a bigger town and have an experience, and that experience makes them liberal?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
So
that
you
happens.
literally
It's
are
unmarried.
agreeing with my original premise as to why when people go to college, they become more liberal. Thank you.
Well, no, I don't think that happens in general. I'm saying it happens in some issues, and there's like specific reasons why those issues are particularly amenable to revision in a way that others aren't. So, like, one thing that will happen is that, at ordinary schools, oh, hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, what the hell?
It's fine.
Yep, we're still here.
Oh, I'm sorry. My phone is gonna die. I'm like walking around.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yep.
Well, it was nice talking with you.
Yep.
I appreciate you letting me on at all.
So
have a good night, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can stay for a moment more, but yeah, I gotta head out. 'cause
All
my
right,
phone's
so
dying.
so just a moment more. Silver, you had asked to come up in relation to BYU. Go ahead.
Well, unfortunately, I won't be able to stay, but
okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you,
well,
man.
I'm sure you'll refute me and make me sound really dumb. And good luck with the fighting the good fight in politics. I always respect it. And I hope you have a great time.
Okay. Can
What's up,
everyone hear me?
Hey, so hi, man. How are
You're
you?
a little quiet.
I'm quiet. I'm not hooked up to Bluetooth or anything, so that's weird.
Oh,
No, that's better.
You're
now.
good now.
Okay, so I was born and raised Mormon in a small town. I went on a mission, those guys who wear white shirts and ties and all that. I also went to BYU. What this kid is also neglecting is the fact that that school is not just a conservative LDS school. It's also in the middle of what we call Happy Valley in Utah. The whole place is just like, it's like 99% Mormon. And also that kid's not right about the church either. Like, I've read the Bible in 3 languages front to back. So the whole thing that he's like, they don't do the Bible, that's not true either. We're not considered, well, I don't say we, man, I've been at the church for a decade, so no. But the LDS aren't considered Christian by like the Christian Coalition because they don't really believe in the core Trinity concept and a few other things. So there are some variations there. But that place is as conservative as it is. Like, if you want to talk about like a deep red, that is Happy Valley, Utah. And I went to BYU, and here's the thing that you guys need to know. It's not just conservative professors. They have religious study classes there that are completely about how religion is it. Everything that science proves is either to prove religion or it's wrong until science learns what it can show. So it's not just about like, oh, liberal indoctrination. Like, literally BYU is one of the most indoctrinative schools that you will find. And yet you have people like me who come out of it and go incredibly liberal, so progressive that I'm like, capitalism is wrong. And we get so progressive about everything because we come out of that place, and that place is designed to brainwash people. Like, You live in housing there, you have to live in BYU approved housing. What that means is it's places that have to be cleared by the school, which means by the church, to be appropriate for members of the church to live in. There is no cohabitation, like you can't have co-ed living areas. You can't have anything like that. It has to be separate. Like, this place is not just conservative, it is cult level conservative. And people still come out of there like me and my ex-wife, who was also born and raised in the church, and she and I both left the church over a decade ago. And we both went to that school. And
that's naturally that's because of all that that harlotry and soaking that happens. It's all that soaking.
No, see, that stuff didn't really start until like about 10 years after I was gone. The thing when I was there was what they would call the weekend getaway, where people would go to Vegas, which isn't that far from Provo, on a Friday. They'd get married, they would fornicate all weekend long, and then get a divorce on Sunday.
Stop it.
And go back.
Stop it.
No, I'm serious.
Oh my God.
I'm serious.
Stop
it happened.
No.
And they would go back and they'd be like, no, it didn't. It's not a bad thing because it wasn't out of wedlock.
I feel like that is somehow more blasphemous.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No. It got lots of negative attention from the school. Like we also had Tuesday devotionals, I should mention, where a religious leader would come in and talk in the Marriott Center, which seats thousands of people, and you would have to attend the devotional every Tuesday during the day unless you had a class or an activity that went on during the devotional. It was mandatory. Again, cult brainwashing. But yeah, no, they actually talked about it. They talked about how it was premeditated sin and doing that was wrong. But yeah, no, that was before soaking. That was the weekend getaways. But yeah, so everything that kid tried to bring up and then tried to use BYU as like a throwaway, oh, that's the exception. That's not, no. That place is, if you guys have never been to Happy Valley, where Provo, Orem, that whole area in Utah, I still live in Utah, unfortunately, ended up coming back years ago. I'm stuck here right now, but I'm in northern Utah, north of Salt Lake, so I'm safer. But that place is creepy.
I've heard some interesting things about
the Happy Valley is creepy levels that, like, it's horror movie creepy when you're there and you're not part of it.
Yeah, I was watching an episode of like a documentary thing, so I think it was about illegal substances. It was called D Rugs Inc. Like they had like a series, they would talk about different things. And one of them, it ended up being a guy, I think it was Salt Lake City. And he was a dealer and was dealing like stuff. But he was part of like the local church, went to church all the time. Like, it was crazy. And he's like, oh yeah, no, every one of them. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is just like a thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is too, here in Utah, they're really big about appearances. There's like there's literally a state run organization all about the percentage levels allowed in the fermented drinks, which I don't drink fermented drinks myself, but it literally regulates that at a state level.
Yep. It's wild, dude. It's wild, the whole thing. And I've done deep dives. I've done deep dives into lots of different stuff. I'm a big fan of two books. One is Under the Banner of Heaven, and then the other one is the other one is One Nation Under Gods. I couldn't recommend both of those books strongly enough to anyone who's interested in learning about a very extensive history of the Mormon Church. Under the Banner of Heaven by John Krakauer is easily one of my all-time favorite books, and it's an amazing read, and it's just very honest and very truthful. And I know a lot. By the way, I know a lot of really wonderful people who are Mormon and ex-Mormon, and like this is not a takedown of people who are Mormon per se. It's just that the Mormon Church has a very they have a history, and I do believe that it's something that people should understand and have a reckoning with, in the same way that most religions have histories that they need to face up to and have a reckoning with. So it's important.
I mean, you can like the Southern Baptist Convention. I mean, I guess, that's sort of, I guess, a quote unquote church, so to speak. But like, Southern Baptist Convention, there's a lot of covering up of things that came out. I think that was back in 2023 that had come out. Catholic Church, obviously, as it pertains to, the stereotypical thing now, but also the very long history of the Catholic Church doing all sorts of crazy shit during the Inquisition.
Inquisition, what a shit.
Yeah, so, they're like, it absolutely is just, I guess it almost comes with the territory. One thing that blew my mind, I don't know if you've heard of Dan McClellan. So like the Bible scholar guy on here.
He's the best.
I've learned so much. And he's really, I love listening to him. He's like able to explain shit, and that it's not boring, and it's, he's Mormon. He mentioned that in a video, and that kind of blew my mind. I mean, I think that a hallmark of him being like a boss at what he does is he doesn't allow that to like color the scholarly side of the Bible. Like, whenever he goes into the analysis of the Bible and whatnot. So yeah, Dan McClellan's really good. If y'all want to learn about religion, or about, I guess, Christianity broadly, highly recommend. He's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. I second that with Dan McClellan for sure.
Okay, can I just drop a couple more things before I go back to gaming?
Sure. What's up, man?
So I am in the Discord under this same name. If anyone wants to like reach out to me that's in Utah so we can get more blue dots to connect, or if they have questions about the church, gladly, because again, I was in it for a large chunk of my life. I didn't leave till I was in my 30s. And also I would say the two good things I got out of the church is, yes, the church, the Mormon church is really big about scriptural study. Like I said, I read the Bible in 3 languages. Like, it's one of those things that it's like, one thing that the church does, we do know the scriptures. And that's why it's been good in this modern era with a lot of Christian nationalism to be like, hey, no, this is what the Bible says. You are wrong. And they're like, how do you know that? You're like, because it says it right here, like you guys often do. The other thing I'd want to put out there is the fact that, I too also know a lot of good Mormons. I loved being a missionary because I was in Polynesia and Samoa, if anyone knows that place.
Nice.
And I was there for 2 years. Fantastic culture, fantastic experience. I wouldn't have gotten without the church, so I appreciate that. But I have zero regrets about leaving it and saving my kids from that.
Yeah. So. No, I don't blame you, man. Hey, listen, I really appreciate you coming up, and I really appreciate you sharing that and really kind of backing that up. That guy wasn't going to listen to any of that shit, but at least, I mean, I think we all know, but I really appreciate it, man, and thank you for offering to be a resource for people. I'm really glad. Thank you very much for coming up, friend.
Roger that. Also, Army veteran, if you need a resource for that ridiculous cult too.
Nice.
It's another one you can just add it to the list.
You're just the Ash Ketchum of cults over here.
Oh yeah, awesome. Definitely. All right, I'm gonna go back to gaming.
All right, thanks, bro. Take care.
Roger that.
Have a good one.
W's for silver. By the way, in the chat, right now I'm putting the 2 books that I mentioned, Under the Banner of Heaven and One Nation Under Gods. By the way, if you are interested, I do have Under the Banner of Heaven in my showcase on my profile. So in my showcase, if you go to my profile, if you're so inclined, but also, bookstore, used bookstore, library, like get it there. Borrow it from a friend. I've given out copies of it, so I'm not saying you have to, but if you're so inclined, you can grab a copy there. So we're going to keep talking. By the way, don't forget, if you want to support Nemo and I, links in our bios. If you like, you can get us to read a message on air, and we do very much appreciate your support. Indy, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. Right quick, before we dive in. So the reading messages, right quick. So Vintage Frizzle, thank you for the blue app. You said, I can't take some Phil Bro seriously, especially whose videos are cringy advice on girls and referring to himself in the third person. Fucking A. And Allie, thank you for the green app very much. I appreciate that. Okay.
Excellent. Thank you, guys. Indy, can you tell us age and state, please?
34 in Mississippi.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects that we have above or something else Donald Trump's doing right now?
Look. Venezuela is America first. Listen, we secured Venezuela during World War II. We had that oil. This is how we whipped the Japanese. So this is securing resources is going to be part of this multipolar world order. So it is America first. Absolutely. Also Greenland and everything else. So, anybody saying that is not making any sense. They're not looking at the realities of the situation. They don't look at the realities. And that's basic. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who don't have any common sense, and they're not aware of what's going on in the world as far as critical minerals, oil, and stuff like that. They're just not aware.
So, Indy, I don't know if you got dry mouth or something, but we can hear your tonsils. So can you I don't know, either move a little bit away from your phone, mic, or drink something, please?
Oh, my bad, my bad.
Losing their mind.
Yeah, I see all the comments. I see the comments. But that's my piece. That's what I had to say right there. I just think people are very ignorant about the facts on the ground. They're very ignorant. They don't know anything. And that's why they think of Venezuela securing resources is not America first, which makes no sense.
So, I mean, the whole argument behind America First was to help Americans first, right? Like Donald Trump going into Venezuela, deposing the leader unilaterally. And I mean, now the clock starts. Now it's just a matter of, is this going to go the way of Noriega or is this going to go the way to Saddam? Like, which one? It's going to be one of them, right? And MAGA is begging, pleading to all their gods that it's going to be like Noriega and that there's more or less, it's going to be kind of a smooth transition. But, I mean, there's a shit ton of bad blood between the U.S. and Venezuela for a lot of reasons. It's not just, Maduro didn't like us or Chavez didn't like us. It was not that. There is bad blood there because we didn't want socialism in Venezuela and fucked them over as much as possible in the standard American way and made their lives as hard as possible in an effort to suppress that, just like we have with Cuba. And so there's a lot of bad blood there. Okay. Now, not a stan for Chavez and certainly not for Maduro. But Maduro was willing to work with the U.S., was willing to open up Venezuela to the U.S. as far as like oil and like trade. And we just didn't like that. I guess it was probably a percentage thing. It's the same
We
thing
had to
with what
show them
happened
we
with
were
Iran.
serious, man. We had to show these people we weren't playing around with them. We got to show Colombia, all the South Americans, we got to show them they got to get in line with, the new world order. They got to get in line with us, man. They got to cooperate. No more shipping your stuff up here. Your illegal narcotics. No more shipping those up here. We're not messing around. We had to show them we weren't playing around. Look, as far as I'm concerned, this was a smooth operation. It was a smooth operation. I mean, this is probably the best regime change we've ever seen right here. I mean, obviously somebody in Venezuela cooperated.
When was Maduro taken out of power? Was it January 3rd?
I don't know what day it was. I wasn't paying attention. But
so we're like less than 2 weeks in?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but so far, I mean, listen, you're not seeing an insurgency that I think of. I mean, I don't think we have boots on the ground.
So so as far as the entire operation, this is extremely unwise. It doesn't really make business sense. From like oh yeah, they got oil and we're gonna get it. Like, it doesn't make business sense in that way.
Yeah, yes, it does. What do you mean it doesn't make business sense?
The CEO of Exxon said that Venezuela is uninvestable for a variety of reasons.
Okay, but no. He's saying he wants boots on the ground to secure his investment. That was a performative. That was performative.
That's not the only thing. That's not the only thing that he said about that. He was saying that like the infrastructure itself is dog shit.
Okay, yeah, from uninvestment, right? But here's the thing, right? Any of those meetings, those round tables that Trump has are performative. They're just performative. They already know what they're going to say before they walk in the door. I mean, of course he's going to say it's uninvestable. I mean, he's going to say, yeah, you need to go do more. And you can't really take that press conference serious.
I mean, I feel like it's like a way of doing a non-falsifiable argument. Like, okay, if it is good, then we can take it seriously. But if it's bad, well, that was performative. We don't have to take it seriously. Like it just that doesn't really hold. But I mean, as far as the oil industry is concerned, I am I'm 100% deferential to Mr. Global on this. He's talked about Venezuela quite a bit, and I mean, he said that. I mean, we're probably not going in. Like he said, CEO of Exxon says this. I mean, are you going to get like some oil, like some random guys going down there? What apparently the term for it is a wildcat. He's like, yeah, you're gonna get like a couple people going down there to like get some low hanging fruit, but for the most part, the closest you're gonna get is Chevron. Apparently has some infrastructure down there, but that's about it.
No, Chevron does have infrastructure down there. Years ago, I met a guy. He told me he's going to Venezuela, and he worked at Chevron. So they do have infrastructure down there. And I've heard for years that there's only one street that's good in Caracas. Only one street you can go on. I know quite a few guys work for Chevron, so they told me that years ago. But yeah, Chevron's been down there for a while though.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, like from a business perspective, it doesn't really make sense. Like in its current state. The reason why is because the type of oil that Venezuela has, and this is important. Mr. Global has also talked about this. Again, anything relating to Venezuela and oil, you need to go and listen to him. But there have been clips circulating of Trump talking about how the oil in Venezuela was bad or dirty or whatever. My understanding, it's tar sand, right? So it's basically the same as I think Canada.
Isn't it? It's like the Canadian heavy, like the Canadian heavy crude. Isn't that what Mr. Global said? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I think so. And so like, it's the same type of oil. And when shit hit the fan with Venezuela and Chavez threw us out, these oil companies went to Canada and just, continued. So, they're not about to just say, okay, cool, let's pick up shop and go back into Venezuela and hope to God that nothing bad happens. Obviously, there's the security aspect. There is the upfront cost of having to build shit out, which in this case is building the normal shit out, but also probably things like roads or, a grid or whatever, because, the infrastructure is very bad in Venezuela, right? So there are added costs there. And then it becomes a question of, to what end? Like, what's the benefit, right? So if they continue production, is it actually profitable? Because currently the price per barrel of oil, I don't know what it is right now. I think it's around $60. At that price, it isn't profitable for them to just start up a new operation in a new country and have to do all the upfront costs.
All right, but I hear what you're saying, but here's the thing, right? It's not just about profitability, it's about control. Control, right? If you control the oil in Venezuela, right, then you can kick the Chinese. Now you just shut off an avenue for them to get oil. If there's a potential, conflict over Taiwan, right? So they can't get the oil. You control the oil over there. Now, I mean, look, everything, as much as people don't want to admit it right now, what's going on is it's all about grabbing resources. It's all about grabbing resources. If you can control these resources, like, for instance, you had the unrest in Haiti. Well, it turns out there's an iridium mine in Haiti. The most expensive precious metal known to man is in Haiti, right? And this stuff goes in all our F-35s and, as nozzles and stuff. So, this stuff is very important. I mean, everything's about grabbing resources right now. If you don't control the resources, you're going to have a problem. You're going to have a problem. So, I mean, this is the facts.
So, I mean, as far as, control of resources, okay. As far as, the argument that the reason that we went into Venezuela is to shut out China from it, or to shut out China and Russia from it. I mean, I guess, but to your point, if there's a conflict over Taiwan, do you think that oil tankers are going to be traversing the Pacific?
No,
because I don't think that's going to happen, right? And I mean,
but here's the thing, right? But what about their petroleum reserves, right? So I mean, I'm pretty sure they got tanks underground, and they were probably filling it up with Venezuelan oil. I mean, I don't have any necessarily facts on that, but I mean, as far as us, right? During the Biden's midterms, he emptied the strategic petroleum reserve out. I mean, it's at its lowest point it's ever been. So that was for political favors to keep the gas price down.
Well, do you know why he did that?
Yeah, to keep the gas prices down so he can win the midterms.
No. So do you know why? Do you know why the SPR was emptied?
Yeah, for to keep. I'm telling you, no, it's not necessarily.
Republicans passed a law basically making it so you would have to sell that.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that.
Again, this is from Mr. Global. Like, I swear, wonderful resource on anything oil related, and has definitely changed my view on a few things as it pertains to, like, I guess, the political machinations around oil. But as far as China is concerned, I mean, dude, if it comes down to, a conflict over Taiwan, Venezuelan oil, is that going to be the make or break? I doubt it. China to their north is Russia, and China and Russia are very close. And what is one of the primary exports for Russia? Oil. And to China's west is what? Iran. Now, I don't know if China and Iran are hunky-dory. I know that China has a lot of issues with specific ethnic groups that are Muslim. So the Uyghur Muslims. They have there's a lot of bad things there in China. So I don't know how their relationship is with Iran. I just don't know. But Iran would absolutely be able to supply them with oil too.
No, look, historically, we won World War II because we had Venezuelan oil. So this is a historic, they were the number one exporter of oil during World War II. So historically, we controlled that oil during our glory days, when we were setting up Pax Americana. So this is a fact right here. So, to say now that we're entering into another global conflict, which we're already deep into, it's been going on for about 4 years, even though we're not necessarily 100% in it. Don't you think we should control that oil again? I mean, if this is when we had it during World War II, we should get it again.
I mean, in World War II, a lot of things have changed. Like, for instance, us discovering way more oil inside the United States.
Like fracking and stuff. I mean, but I don't know. But you can't say it's not America first, though. There's so many strategic implications that it's good for the country. I don't see how you can say. They don't own the oil; it's underground.
Okay, what?
They don't. Nobody
insane.
owns oil; it's underground.
That is crazy, dude. Okay,
no, they don't own the oil.
If you want to argue that it's America first, the only way that you're going to be able to argue it is I guess the angle that you're taking, which is it's American imperialism, and I mean, I thought that the idea was to not start wars and to focus.
We didn't start a war. What war do we start?
Okay, I mean,
this is a police action,
or to entangle ourselves with other countries.
Well, no. We're not entangling ourselves. We're policing our hemisphere. It's totally different.
That's literally the same thing.
No, it's not. We're policing our hemisphere. This guy had warrants for his arrest. He had warrants for his arrest.
Okay,
they arrested him.
So
this is totally different. And look, and you can't say that this is a bad thing because Biden did the same thing. This has been
Biden did the same thing as in what? Put a bounty on Maduro?
He extradited the president of Honduras.
Okay.
For the exact same thing.
No. Extradition is very different.
Yeah, but this guy
we didn't conduct a military operation to extract him out of Honduras while he was president.
Well,
right?
no. You don't know if they did or didn't. It could have been secret, covert action. You can't say it if it didn't happen.
Okay, so let's pretend that is what happened. So what you're saying is that Biden is able to carry out an operation more covertly than Donald Trump?
No. Donald Trump wanted to. He's more transparent than Biden. He's more transparent. He's keeping it transparent with the American people, so we know what's going on.
Look, guys, I'm different because instead of doing things covertly, I am blatantly deposing dictators of countries in front of your very eyes. I'm doing it. I'm just bombing Caracas and taking them out. But I'm not lying about it. I'm also not lying about the fact that this is all about oil and not about drugs, even though we've been saying it's about the substances for the last 4, 5, 12 months. But that's okay. It's actually about oil. J.K. Smiley.
What the fuck, man?
No. It's about how can it can be about all the things at once. It can be it can be about everything. It can be about the substances, oil, global security, American security. It can be about everything.
I mean, it can't literally be about all of those things because
yes, it could. Yes, it could.
Okay.
How are you gonna say it can't be about all those things? It's about it. Look, it can be about everything. It can be about everything. Like, and it's not like Colombia. We didn't have Pablo Escobar over there anyway before blowing up airplanes and stuff, and narco terrorism. It's not like these people don't have this type of stuff. These are very bloody conflicts. These countries are very, very lawless countries, right?
I mean, but in the case of Pablo Escobar, I mean, I'll admit I'm not as well read about Pablo, but I mean, apparently, dude was a fucking G. He had his own prison. Like, he had so much money that he was able to, I guess, just construct his own prison that was essentially like a fucking theme park for himself. Yeah. And then he got bored of being there and then fled his own prison.
He escaped his own prison.
Crazy.
Like, it's not like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Nothing.
Yeah, but I'm gonna let you guys go though. I gotta get back to work. I'm gonna holler at you though.
Alrighty.
Nice talk.
Okay, Andy. Have a good one. Best of luck with the book sales.
The annoying part is he's starting to grow on me.
Yeah, I know, right? Whenever anyone says something like that, it's underground. I can only think of There Will Be Blood. I can't think of anything else. Eli, my boy.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up.
Drainage. Oh, God. I need to watch that movie again, like ASAP.
Daniel Day-Lewis, man.
Really
legend.
Good. Legend. Absolute fucking legend. I watched his most recent movie, the one with him and Sean Bean, and he still got it. I liked it. It was good. What's it called? The most recent one? Wait, Gracie, do you mean the most recent one, or we were just talking about There Will Be Blood? His most recent one is
that the one where he's a designer?
No, it's about he's Anemone, Anemone, Anemone. That's what it's called. He and his brother were part of the Troubles over in the UK and Ireland.
Nice.
and yeah, and then it's like, and it took me a minute because it's actually set either in the late 90s or the early 2000s. I had to they don't tell you when it's set, but I was like, oh, wait a second, and I had to put it, and then I don't know. I don't want to give anything away if you guys go see it, but it's basically most of the movie is Daniel Day-Lewis interacting with Sean Bean and their brothers, and they have a troubled past, a complicated relationship, and I thought it was very well done. His son wrote and directed it. He came out of retirement just to do it. So I say check it out. I'm not saying it's the greatest movie I've ever seen, but it's Daniel Day-Lewis, man. It's pretty good. So,
Yeah. Raven, you said The Trouble sounds like an old-timey period term. Yeah, I don't know if you know what The Troubles is and you're just kind of saying it does kind of sound old-timey. In case anybody doesn't know what The Troubles is, and I say this as somebody, I was literally like a toddler at the very tail end. So the Troubles was basically a period of civil unrest in Ireland. Specifically, like, you have the actual landmass itself. The majority of it is Ireland, and then at the very tippy top is this part called Northern Ireland. It's a tiny little piece, and that tiny little piece is owned by the United Kingdom. And there's a lot of very, 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 very bad blood there. A lot of very bad history because the British are fucking evil. Yeah, there was a lot of violence. It was along religious lines, but also it was along the fact that the Irish wanted the British out, and the British said fuck off. And yeah, then a lot of people ended up being unalive. There was a lot of tourism.
Yep.
And yeah.
It's a little bit hard to explain, but it literally went all the way it was like started in the late 50s or the early 60s, I want to say, and it went all the way into the late 90s. Like when I was a kid, I still remember this, and you had the IRA and the Irish People's Liberation Army and the Provisional IRA. And by the way, this is all like, if you lived anywhere in and around Boston, you knew about a lot of this stuff. Obviously, the Irish community here is, and there are opinions. There absolutely were opinions about things here and who you supported. So, yeah. Anyways, it's a lot. I honestly, it's the type of thing where you need to really watch a documentary on it. And there's a whole background to it. Like, it goes back to the 1600s. If I recall correctly, it goes back to like the mid 1600s, and it's a thing. So anyways,
yeah.
Strongly recommend.
What's crazy?
Check it out.
Oh, well, what's crazy about it is that anybody who was like a 90s kid, or I probably more of like a teenager in the 90s, there's a lot of stuff that is actually tied to like the Troubles in some ways. So for instance, the song Zombie by the Cranberries.
Yep.
Most people, I don't know, if you like the Cranberries, then you definitely know what song I'm talking about. If you don't know what song I'm talking about, then you know whenever you hear it.
I can play
the music video makes it kind of obvious.
Yeah, and it's you guys know the song. I mean, it's yeah.
Fucking incredible. So that song is about the Troubles. And also, first Austin Powers movie. Oddly enough, I think it's the first Austin. No, it may have been. It's the one where it starts with Jerry Springer. I can't remember if that's the first or the second one, but like the opening of the Austin Powers movie is Jerry Springer.
Definitely not the first one. It's got to be the second one, because the first one doesn't start that way. But yeah.
Yeah.
The second. It's the second
I
one.
think you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
For the third.
So the second one,
one of them.
On that episode of Jerry Springer, it's like, my dad's evil and wants to conquer the world, and so you got like a guy who's like KGB. You got a guy who's a Klan member, and then you've got an IRA guy, he's wearing black and tan. There are also drinks that are named after that. So, like for instance, an Irish black and tan were the colors of the IRA. Also, something called an Irish car bomb. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah, we don't call him that anymore, Neely. Having worked in the bar business, especially not in Boston.
Yeah,
we don't call him that anymore. I used to 15 years ago. I was like, what's the big deal? Whatever it is, what it is, blah, blah. And then someone's like, I forget the new thing that we call. It's been a little while. I forget the new thing that we call them, but yes, that's exactly what it is, D. But an Irish person was like, "How would you feel?" You went into a bar in Ireland, and they're like, "Let's have a couple of 9/11s." I was like,
"Yeah,
cool. That's okay. Yup. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Let's not.
You don't want Oklahoma City?
Yeah. Exactly. You don't want one of those. You don't want a Boston Marathon.
Damn.
Yeah, exactly. There it is. Yes, absolutely. Irish Slammer. That's what we call it here at Thick. Thank you. Irish Slammer. Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, look. Someone who can talk to us about the troubles.
I feel like my accent probably isn't right to talk too much about that, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I mean, you could. I mean, we were just on the tail. We're on the tail end of it. Maybe, we probably only have a couple minutes left. I don't know if we're gonna get another Trump supporter, but we were just I was telling them about that Daniel Day-Lewis movie that I saw that I had told you about, and the reason we were talking about that is because the last guest was talking about how Venezuela doesn't own their oil because it's under the ground, and who owns things that are under the ground? And so I brought up There Will Be Blood, where Daniel Day-Lewis, I drink your milkshake.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Anyways, that's how we got there.
I was not awake for that part.
Okay. So, yeah.
Yeah, whoever in the comments said, give us the opposite side of it. The answer is no. No.
Once upon a time, there was an uncivilized race that we wanted to starve. Like, fuck that. No.
Okay, Erica, at least help me out here. I was saying off the top of my head, I was trying to test my world history. It did start the conflict started in the 1600s ish, right? In the late 1500s, early 1600s. That's when the original conflict started. Is that correct? Or am I wrong? Am I off base on that?
I think I think it had been ongoing for like the entire time that the British were sort of being dicks, to be honest. Like skirmishes and like it. Unfortunately, my ancestors, not necessarily mine specifically, but in a more general way, have a habit of being absolute pricks to everybody, and I can't defend or support that in any way. And they still are. But
So
I don't remember.
Good.
Oh, go on.
I'd given a summary of, I guess, like the modern was considered the Troubles, and like I was born in 93, so it was the Troubles technically ends in 97 with the Good Friday Agreement. So Yeah. The summary that I gave of, like, I guess the source of it was Ireland, Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland belongs to the UK. The origins of that is, the UK owned Ireland and then was driven out. And then it was basically pushed up into just, that handful of counties, and was mostly related to, like, religious, religion at that point.
Well, it's kind of slightly more complex than that. In that the British, as in people from Great Britain, the island of Great Britain, tended to be Protestant, whereas people from the island of Ireland tended to be Catholic. So the Protestants who were, many of whom were of British descent, they still wanted to maintain a portion of the island of Ireland. But what is going to happen very soon is that even in Northern Ireland, or the north of Ireland, as Catholic people tend to refer to it, that is going to soon become majority Catholic, because Catholics have a habit of having more babies than Protestants do. I don't know why. Perhaps there's something to do with the Catholic Church that makes it happen. I'm not sure. But
they're just more DTF. That's all.
Yeah, well, maybe it is that. Maybe it is that. But yeah, the Protestant Catholic thing is true. It is true in a sense, but actually, that Protestant Catholic divide, it talks a lot about whether you're loyalist to the crown or whether you're a Republican and you want to be part of Ireland. And part of that is to do with your genealogy and where your family came from originally. So it's kind of slightly more complicated than Protestant versus Catholic. It's about your roots and the way you've been brought up, and where your family originally came. Were your family from Ireland, or did your family come from Great Britain, 3, 4, 5 generations ago? It's really quite complex. And then you've got all the people in the middle who are like, I might be Catholic, I might be Protestant, I don't give a, let's all just get along.
Right.
Yeah.
Erica taught me something that a little while back that I did not know. But of course, when she told me, I was like, oh my God, that makes total sense. Which is that Northern Ireland is still part of the EU. Right? Unlike the rest of the UK.
Really?
But by a technicality.
Isn't that
now that you mention it, I do vaguely remember that being a thing.
I was like, wait, what? And then it's like, oh, okay, wow, yeah. Okay. But I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's weird. That's such a weird. It's just like a weird. It's so, you guys. It's so weird. That's so weird. I know. A lot of things about the U.S. are weird. I get it. Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on here too. But also, you guys got some weird shit going on there too.
Yeah. Someone just asked what the technicality is. The technicality is that the open border between Northern Ireland and Ireland is something that is protected by the Good Friday Agreement. And so when Brexit happened and the UK, Great Britain, certainly, the UK as a whole left the EU, Northern Ireland there was this sticking point with Northern Ireland that was pointed out to the Conservative government a whole ton of times, because if you put a hard border in between Northern Ireland and Ireland, you break the Good Friday Agreement. And because the UK is no longer part of the EU, there has to be a hard border in. So, oh, hang on a minute. Alexa, stop. That's me getting up. Hang on.
No.
I'll tell him to shut up.
No, Bertie. I meant that it's part of the EU still, even though the UK itself exited the EU with Brexit. That's what I meant, which is why it's weird, because Northern Ireland should also have exited at the same time, but this is the technicality because of the Good Friday Accords. So they can't have a hard border.
Yeah. So actually the border now in many ways is the Irish Sea rather than it's very and it's still something that's being discussed. Dan said, what makes Erica qualified to speak on US politics, asking for a friend? The fact I'm a human, Dan, and it affects all of us. But thank you for asking.
Oh. All right. Well, we got someone. I guess we could do one more chat here. We got someone. MoMA, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
How old are you and what state did you vote in?
20. I voted in Colorado.
Do you want to discuss one of the subjects that we have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
One of the subjects above, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say one. I'd say Venezuela is America first. And
okay.
I don't think that ICE is a terror group.
Okay. Well, which one would you like to start with?
Let's start with ICE.
Okay. Cool. Do you know what the definition of terrorism is? Like the actual definition of what it is?
Using fear to push ideology.
Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. It's pretty close. It's actually the unlawful use of violence against violence and intimidation against civilians to push a political ideology.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you use an unlawful amount of force against civilians to push a particular ideology or viewpoint, or to get people in line behind a particular set of political beliefs, that's a version of terrorism.
Yeah, I would say that ICE doesn't push ideology; they enforce laws.
Oh, they don't push ideology?
No.
Oh, okay. So the idea that immigrants are bad and we need to deport them isn't an ideology in this country?
I mean, do police officers push the ideology that crime is bad? Like, do McDonald's push the ideology that burgers are good?
You're conflating two different things. What I just said is an ideology in this country that immigration as a whole is bad, and that's what we're talking about here.
No, they don't push that ideology.
Well, they sure do. Because then
they
why are they?
Then
why is ICE arresting people that oftentimes don't have deportation orders? Why is ICE arresting people that are trying to get citizenship legally? Why is ICE arresting people that are here seeking asylum? Why is ICE arresting U.S. citizens?
The purpose of ICE is immigrations and customs enforcement.
Oh, no. I understand that. And I just asked you the question. I just asked a question and you didn't answer. So I said, why do they do those things?
They might make a mistake. They're not perfect, right?
Oh, they're not
pushing an ideology.
Except for the fact that they are pushing an ideology because they're actively going after people who are trying to gain citizenship the legal way or who are asylum seekers. When you go to a courthouse to arrest somebody who is going to a hearing because they're trying to get their citizenship and they haven't committed a crime, you're actively trying to get people in that position. So that's not a mistake.
I mean, you're saying like people are trying to get citizenship. I mean,
Yeah.
ICE goes after people who've broken laws.
No, they don't actually. Oftentimes now what they're doing is, because that used to be what they were supposed to do. Now they're just trying to go after people that they think might have a deportation order and oftentimes don't, because now we know that a lot of these people aren't given their proper due process.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's getting legal status the right way, then they probably wouldn't be in the country. They'd
Is
probably be,
asylum
you know,
is asylum
applying
is
for a visa.
asylum legal in this country?
Well, I thought Trump had paused asylum.
There's no such thing. Is seeking asylum legal in this country? Yes or no?
I mean, yeah, but it shouldn't be.
Okay, well, your opinion doesn't matter, luckily, because 8 U.S.C. 1158 says that it is. So if it's legal and 8 U.S.C. Code 1158 is there, why are we deporting asylum seekers?
I mean, they haven't been granted asylum.
Except for the fact that they're here seeking asylum. And if you're here seeking asylum, what are you allowed to do?
I mean, it's just
If
bullshit,
you're here
honestly.
seeking asylum, what are you allowed to do?
You had to stay here, right?
You stay here until your case is adjudicated, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a
Awesome,
bullshit
fantastic.
system.
I know. You know
You
what?
know,
You know
stay
what
in
would be better?
Mexico.
I know. You know what would be so much better is if we had more immigration judges, so that the people that aren't supposed to be here would be sent home quicker. Do you know who stopped that from happening? Donald Trump. So if you have a problem with asylum seekers who are staying in the United States longer, you should have not voted for Donald Trump.
I mean, Donald Trump had the, remain in Mexico. We're not letting you in until...
Remain in Mexico was an illegal policy, and no, he didn't. So try again, Chief.
No, he didn't have remain in Mexico.
I just said it was an
Who
illegal
had that?
policy. Do you want to try again, bud? And you're also not really engaging with what I'm saying.
You said no, he didn't. Then who did?
I said, no, it was an illegal policy, as in he couldn't do it. It's
I
found
mean,
to be
yeah,
illegal.
he
There's the
implemented
thing
it.
is, when people are seeking asylum, there's a credible fear and there's a reason why they're supposed to be in the United States.
Trump's trying to get rid of that asylum.
Cool. He can't do that because it's a U.S. law.
I mean, he can try.
How is he supposed to do that, bud? Please explain the process.
Get legislators to pass new laws and get rid of it.
Awesome. Fantastic. And how has he done so far with passing any sort of legislation other than one thing?
He passed the big, beautiful bill.
I just said, how has he done except for one thing?
I mean, that's the main thing. Yeah.
Cool.
That's his. It's the big bill. I mean, it's kind of
Awesome.
everything.
So basically, like his first term, the only thing that he's going to do is pass a single tax bill, and then he's not going to do fuck all. Like, remember 10 years ago, which of course you don't because you were fucking 10 years old, but 10 years ago, Donald Trump said, hey, I'm going to write and pass a healthcare bill to replace the ACA. And it's 10 years later, and we have no healthcare. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's more about building the wall back then. is what I
Awesome.
remember.
How did he do building the wall, by the way?
I mean, he built some of it.
Really, how much did he build?
I don't know, like a few hundred miles,
Wrong. Try again.
a few thousand miles.
A few thousand miles. How big is our southern border?
Probably like 2,000 miles.
Yeah, it's 1,900 miles. So how could he build a few thousand miles of border fence?
It
I
went
mean,
into
maybe
the sea.
zigzags. It could
It
do
went
like
into the
zigzags.
sea
Oh,
either
thank you,
side,
Eric. It
Matt,
went into the sea
you know,
either
just
side.
to be extra safe. Yeah.
Yeah. Try 50 miles out of 1,900. But great job, though, Donald. Great job.
Yeah, I mean, he tries to get funding. The Democrats wouldn't give it to him.
Really? Then
So
he
he
had
shut down the government.
he had the House
I
and the
remember.
Senate for 2 years in his first term. He's so bad at being president and making deals that he couldn't get anything passed in those first 2 years other than his tax plan. Wow, that really sucks for him. He's shit at being president, huh?
I mean, I think it's a little hypocritical.
How is it hypocritical?
Because, I mean, look at how ineffective the Democrats were, getting their extension for, what's it called?
That's so strange because I seem to recall Joe Biden passing an insane amount of legislation when he had the exact same situation that Donald Trump had his first 2 years as president.
I seem to remember the Democrats shutting down the government for like a month to try and get some like the stamp, the food stamps and the healthcare passed, and they shut it down for a month and it accomplished nothing. That's what I remember. You remember that?
Are you talking about like a couple months ago?
Yeah, I mean,
when Donald Trump was president and the Republicans controlled Congress.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like the Republicans suck at governing then.
No. The Democrats shut down the government in order to get something passed, and they didn't get it passed. I mean, that's clear incompetence. I mean, that's pretty stupid, right? And, we're going to shut down the whole government so that we can get this thing passed, and then we're not going to get it passed anyways.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I hate Chuck Schumer, but, I mean, yeah, the Republicans could have literally just, I don't know, extended the ACA subsidies. Like, I don't know.
I mean, they didn't want to. It's the whole point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of the problem. Yeah.
They got rid of it, yeah. Like,
how did that benefit the American people, out of interest?
Because, you can't be freeloading off the system,
It's not freeloading though, is it? You still have to pay for your insurance.
You're freeloading off the government.
A subsidy isn't freeloading though.
It's tax dollars.
Oh, so all of those big corporations that get government subsidies, they're freeloading?
I mean, some things I think should be subsidized and some things shouldn't, obviously. Like, some things
I
shouldn't be
see. So
subsidized.
some freeloading off the government is fine as long as it's the kind of freeloading that you agree with. As long as it's the kind of freeloading that benefits billionaires and not the kind of
government spending is good and some is bad.
talking.
It's pretty obvious.
I'm literally still talking. I don't know who dragged you up, but maybe they need to give you some more advice on how to be polite. So you only like freeloading when it benefits billionaires, not when it benefits everyday Americans, which is crazy, absolutely crazy.
Look, billionaires aren't freeloaders. They make billions of dollars for the economy, and they're really beneficial to our country. Whereas, just some poor people that freeload off the government don't really contribute that much. So I think we should really prioritize the billionaires.
Did you say you were 20?
Yes.
Yeah, this all makes sense.
Yeah, it tracks.
You recently discovered Ayn Rand.
That I'm younger, so it's just like, I'm younger, therefore I'm wrong. I'm older, therefore I'm correct.
It's not so much that you're younger, therefore you're wrong. Have you recently discovered Ayn Rand?
I have no idea what you're talking about. No.
Oh, never mind then. Okay. Ayn Rand is an author. Libertarianism.
Yeah, I mean, I'm libertarian. It's more like, Thomas Sowell, Adam Smith.
There it is.
There's so many stereotypes. God damn. Yeah, and I say this as somebody, when I was, I think 19 or 20. Yeah, I learned about, what was it? What did they call it? Consumption tax. Yeah, basically, remove all taxes, replace it with a big fat sales tax on everything. Yeah, I learned about that. I thought I discovered fire. I was like, holy shit, this is the smartest thing ever. Yeah, no, I think that like every white boy goes through like a libertarian phase.
I do think that would be a good idea, honestly.
Well, yeah, no, it sounds like a great idea until you realize that it's regressive tax, and it means that the poor would end up paying an outsized amount compared to the rich. So yeah, no.
No, they wouldn't. I mean,
the
poor consume less than the rich.
Does anyone remember that town in New Hampshire?
Yep.
That got the Libertarian City Council.
Grafton, New Hampshire. It's very famous here in New England.
And got invaded by bears because no one was picking up the trash. That sounds like a great idea.
Look, I'm not an anarchist, okay? I still think we should have a government. I just don't think the government should be doing, unnecessary things, wasting our money.
Like picking up the trash.
No, I'd say picking up trash is a necessary thing.
Who decides what's necessary?
Voters.
Okay.
elected politicians. That's kind of how our system works.
Have you heard of Grafton, New Hampshire?
No.
So
not from New Hampshire.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine. So I had not heard of it for a long time, and then I saw a headline of like some insane. It wasn't even like an article. It was just like a write up on it about this crazy little thing that happened in this random town in New Hampshire one time, and it's basically the libertarians all coordinated. They're like, okay, guys, this is what we're gonna do. Libertarians across America, unite. We're going to Grafton, New Hampshire, and we're going to legally replace the government of Grafton, New Hampshire by voting libertarians into the government of Grafton. Okay, cool. And so now that there's libertarians in here, we're going to do a libertarian experiment in the town of Grafton, and we are going to prove that libertarianism is the way to go. And I think, I don't know how long it lasted, but it ended up they were overrun by bears because libertarians are fucking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, most libertarians are fucking nut jobs that like bury gold in their backyard and shit. But you know,
I feel like Grafton, New Hampshire is a cautionary tale, like Little Red Riding Hood. You know, don't go into the woods, guys, on your own. There might be strangers, and you might get hurt. Grafton, New Hampshire is the modern day version of a traditional cautionary tale.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, I'm not on board with the whole, we hate the rich because they're more successful than us. So I think that's just stupid.
Nobody hates the rich because they're more successful than us. The problem is the wealth disparity. For example, you said you're 20 years old?
Yeah.
Awesome. How old are your parents right now?
Late 50s.
Late 50s. Okay, great. So that means that when your parents were born, which is in the late 60s and the early 70s, do you know what the average worker to CEO pay was in America, the ratio? Do you know what it was?
No, but I understand that it's much higher today, right?
Well,
that's the point.
It's not just the point, because you should know that what the numbers are. The numbers are, it was about 1 to 20. So if you were the worker, then it won, and then the CEO made about 20 times this. And actually, on average, could be even lower, more like even like 14 to 15 times. Do you know what it is on average now? It's 1 to
Tell me.
It's 1 to 300. And when you look at what happened in the 1980s in this country, and you look at the wealth disparity between the upper class and the middle class, and you see on the graph, and you see these numbers, and you see the lines start to grow like this in opposite directions, that's a problem. Because what you guys are always talking... Cool. Awesome. Well, then you guys are the ones who are always talking about you want to make America great again, and you want to go back to the good old days of America and economic prosperity. And these times were the 50s and the 60s and still in the 70s, when you could be a single income family and have the wife and the 2.5 kids and the car and the house and the whole thing and work on one income and do the whole thing. That was before we had the serious wealth income and the disappearing middle class that started in the 1980s because of Reaganomics and because of trickle-down and supply side and his dismantling of our economy. So if you want those things, then you have to realize that that's the problem. So when we're like, hey, maybe wealthy people and the CEOs of companies, maybe they shouldn't be making 300 times what the regular worker is. Maybe if they just made like 30 to 40 times what the regular worker did, there would be less of a wealth disparity in this country. Some people could still be plenty rich, and then other people could also share in that, and we could all be kind of happy.
Okay, this idea that, this comes from a primitive understanding of economics, that if some people got richer, if the CEO is getting richer, that means that everyone else is getting poorer because there's a finite amount of wealth. And that's not actually. Let me finish, right? Let me finish because you're.
No, it's about no,
you,
because you
right?
don't. You
So
fundamentally
no,
don't
let me explain. Let me explain.
understand
Right?
this.
My parents didn't have AC. My parents didn't have internet. My parents didn't have cell phones. Everyone, even the poorest people, are much better off than they were in the time that my parents were
what
alive.
you just what you're
today have
saying right
Netflix.
now is completely fucking false. That's a false equivalency. I grew up without a cell phone. I mostly the first part of my life I grew up without internet. Same thing with my friend Erica here, because we're in our 40s, okay? And so we also grew up that way. And to say that you're better off just because you have those things is a fucking false equivalency. That's bullshit. That's
It's
just
what I
bullshit.
get told by 9-year-olds. It's what I get told by 9-year-olds all the time. Like, life must have been terrible for you when you were young because you didn't have the internet. No, we went outside, is what we did. We went outside and we got exercise and we saw the sunshine and we touched grass and we did other stuff. It's such a Gen Z thing of like, life must have been so terrible. What on earth did you do? We weren't just sitting around being fucking bored because we didn't have the internet. We still had stuff to do.
Yeah.
The internet has changed.
Guys, go outside. I get it.
Be quiet. And I just want to point out this idea, the wealth disparity thing, it doesn't mean we're progressing. It means we're regressing to the time where the middle class did not exist and you had the lords of the manor and you had the serfs. You had the people that did the work and the people that owned all the land and nothing in between those two. And if you want to go back to the time where you're a serf and somebody else gets to make all the money from the land that you are working your skin to the bone for, you feel free, but the rest of us would like a more equal society where everybody is prospering. This is such a Middle Ages point of view.
No, it's not. This is a modern point of view. I'd rather live in a time that's unequal, where I have a better standard of living, and I have Netflix, and I have the internet, and I have air conditioning, than I live in a time where everyone makes the same amount of money, but I don't have any of those things, and I'm poor, right? I don't care about relative wealth. I don't care about being richer than the people around me. I care about absolute wealth. I care about absolute standard of living. There might be a bigger disparity, but everybody's standard of living has gone up. Everybody has access to these technologies. If you were, in the 80s or whatever, and you had an iPhone, you'd probably be like the, richest person on the planet, essentially.
I mean, you do realize you're so one recurrent thing. So outside of like air conditioning, you could kind of, I guess, put that off to the side, but everything else that you're outlining there, it all falls within one, I guess, commodity category, I guess, which is technology. And technology is, or tech broadly speaking, so computer shit, has the unique ability of becoming cheaper as time goes on. Typically, assets will appreciate in value or whatever.
Used to be only rich people that had TVs, now it's everybody has TVs.
Right, but that's because TVs have become like dirt cheap. Like the point is that technology, just by virtue of how it works, how like computers in general work, like the density of semiconductors and downstream effects of that, whatever. That is one of those things where the price is expected to reduce for something of equivalent value over time. So like a 50-inch TV in 2005 is going to cost more than a 50-inch TV in 2010.
Okay, but the people who are making the tech, those are the billionaires, right? The billionaires are all, almost every single one got rich because they made technology. And I would rather get the technology and let those people be billionaires than not get the technology.
I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt you. I have a question for my friend Nemo. Hey, Nemo, a quick question for you. The technology that we use to develop cell phones, where did that come from?
socialism.
It's the government
that's
or whatever, right?
Oh,
Where's
hey,
your
the
cell phone from? Is it an
technology,
iPhone?
the technology that we use to develop GPS and satellites, where did that come from?
Socialism.
Oh, socialist government. Oh, what about micro?
Do you have
What
a- do you
about?
have a government phone?
I'm sorry,
Is your phone
I'm not talking to you, Chief. Hey, the technology
Yeah,
that we
that's a
use to
stupid
develop.
point.
Hey, Bud, I'm sorry. I'm just hold your horses. I know you're 20. Just calm down.
You're just making a dumb point. It's a waste of time.
I know you don't understand it. I'll make it make sense for you in a second, Chief. It's okay. Microwaves, the internet, that thing that you keep going on and on about, you know, all of those things.
Is your microwave produced by the government?
All of those things.
Or do you have an iPhone?
Hey, Bud. I know you don't understand this, and I know you're having a hard time with it, but allow me to...
The condescension doesn't make you look smarter. It makes you look...
It certainly does actually make me look smarter, and the flushing the toilet is a fucking rookie move, kid. I mean, try again, okay? Try again. Come back some other time.
I thought you'd heard me flushing the toilet for a moment. Then I was like, was I not on mute? That's embarrassing.
I think it may have been her. I think it might have been her.
No, I was on mute. I just unmuted myself. I checked I was on mute.
I muted you.
Oh, that was embarrassing.
But it's okay because the turd is gone. But
oh, that was amazing. Either way, I'm fine with that. Also, we're over a little bit, anyways. But that entire argument is bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. Who made the microwave? Who made it?
It's standard. This is like inherent to goddamn. It's like inherent to dude brain. Like when I was 20 and had not developed a fully a full understanding of the complexities of economics and like the tax structure and whatnot. Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, we should absolutely allow people to make as much money as possible because the hardest workers will make the most money. And I'm gonna work really fucking hard. I'm gonna be a baller, right? Mm-hmm. And yeah, like that, it makes sense on that level. Like, I get it. But also, that's not how that works. And oh man, yeah,
there are certain things though. But there are certain things that I think you have to point out to people. Like the microwave might not have been invented. Like GPS might not have been invented in the same way or made available to the public in the same way. There's a bunch of things that maybe wouldn't have happened in the same way, or it would have been beneficial to the public. There's a lot of stuff like that. And it's like, you can say, who made the microwave? And my answer back to that is, it was invented, and then people were allowed to make them. But if no one invented it first, if it was not created as an item, no one is making them. And it's not an item of convenience that we have in the public domain. And so your question is moot. It doesn't matter who's making them now. If it's private companies who are currently making them for us, that doesn't matter. It was a government invention.
I think that like isn't the legend of the microwave that so they were basically the military was looking into it as a continuation of radio waves for communication, and so they were studying it, and then one of the people, whoever it was, had walked past a transmitter that was doing microwaves, and apparently had a chocolate bar, and it melted
it in his pocket, and that was that was it. And they were like, "Hey, wait a second!" And then of course, who knows what happened to that guy years later. But
Yeah. Sounds healthy.
I don't know. I'm sorry. That's like a terrible joke because like maybe but seriously, yeah, that's it. And then we're like, holy shit, microwaves.
I loved his argument. If you were a guy who had an iPhone in the 1980s, then you would have been one guy who couldn't communicate with anybody else via your iPhone because the infrastructure didn't exist. You wouldn't have been able to access the internet because the infrastructure didn't exist for you to do that. You would have just been a guy with something in his hand that looked weird.
It literally would have been a thing back then that looked weird, that could tell the time. Calculator. Maybe
flashlight.
A flashlight. If you already had music on it, I guess it could play some music. It's a clock.
Pretty good camera.
Yeah, it does have a good camera. I mean, okay, and a good camera. No, the weather functions wouldn't work. Obviously, nothing related to the internet would work. Nothing.
Well, it had a camera, but you'd have no mechanism by which to print your photos off, which is what you did with photos in the 1980s.
That is
100%. You would just have them. You would just have them here because there was literally no method to do anything with digital photography. Like, sort of existed. Like, you could sort of have a digital photo on computer. Like, you could do digital photos on computers. That was not an accessible thing. Like, I very vividly remember that digital photos on computers was not like really a thing that people could do until like regularly until like Windows 95. Like, yeah. No. So, you would have been one guy and people would have been like, what the fuck is that? Okay. Wow.
You'd also better hope that you got a third-party cable, because if you got one of Apple's like included dog shit cables, like that's just gonna break, and then you're gonna have to wait for USB to be invented.
You're like,
Yeah,
cool.
I was gonna say, you
Can't
have
use
no-
that again for
there's
30 years.
There's no. I mean, I remember having an Amiga 500 in the late 80s, early 90s. The USB was not a thing. It was a flop. By that point, it was a floppy disk. But the computer I had in the early 80s you got a tape recorder with it, and you and you had to play the tape for and change over sides halfway through to load a game. If you wanted to play a game, there was no immediacy about it. It was in about an hour. I feel like I might play a game.
I got a basic supercomputer. I got a basic super, and the basic supercomputer was like yay big, and it was a keyboard with some function keys and different stuff on it, and you could plug that into your TV, and all that it was is you could write lines of basic code, and then you could run your program, and that was it. And if you did not have, Eric, the attached tape player to write your programs to, when you turned it off, your program went away, because Nemo, there was no dedicated RAM storage on board. Like, there was nothing on board. There was nothing. So it was just like, if you turned it off, whatever you had fucking written, it was just gone. So if you had the tape deck, and you could write to the tape deck, but also sometimes it didn't actually work when you wrote to the tape deck, and you would lose your entire program.
Can I make it?
What?
Oh, I just wanted to guess that the main thing that Matt programmed his computer to do was to self-type the word "run" like 1,000 times, because that's the only bit of code that anyone knew how to do.
No.
It's like I don't know, like Sega Genesis, but for a computer. Like, there is no memory card. Actually, no, it'd be worse. It's the NES, because like those fuckers would always freeze. So like, yeah, you better hope.
When I got the Legend of Zelda, the original Legend of Zelda on my NES, the idea that there was some sort of a save mechanism was like mind blowing. I was like, oh my god. Like you could say, because Super Mario Brothers, no, you couldn't say that, or like you said, like Sonic and Sega Genesis, you couldn't save your game. If you're gonna beat the game, you got to sit there and just do it. And then you like get called to go eat, and you like leave it on, you like turn the TV off so the image wouldn't get burned, and you'd be like, nobody touch it, like don't, just leave it on, don't touch it, I'll just leave it. You would hope that no one would come by and turn it off. Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah. But we had terrible lives. It was awful. Everything was terrible, and we had no fun, and everything was awful. It was terrible. Anyways.
It's just such a 9-year-old take on the world. Like, if you lived in a world that was slightly different to the world that I live in and that I'm used to, it must have been awful. It's the most juvenile take.
Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta be up in a couple hours with Lucy. It's 2:30. We've had a good night. I think we've had a fairly nice, successful evening, which I think has been good. Let's end on a high note, guys. Make sure that you've dropped follows, both for myself and my backup account, for Nemo and all of his backup accounts. Follow our friend Erica, who's private, but she'll accept your follow at some point after the fact. Don't forget that we're here every Monday to Thursday, starting around 10 p.m. On Friday afternoons with our friend Erica. If you're over on the tube, make sure that you're subscribed. Subscribe to myself, subscribe to Nemo, subscribe to Erica. I've got links for all of us also in the description down below. Lastly, if you'd like to offer any support, links in our bios to do that. Join up with Nemo's Discord. You can find a link right in his bio there. I see that Joey is on and Jaden is over there. Should we go over there, Nemo, or did you have another suggestion? I wasn't sure, because it looks like Manda is done debating, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah. Let's raid Joey.
Okay, I'm gonna pop off here. I'll give you guys. Make sure that you have the correct. It's gonna be Joey_does it. And make sure that everyone's got it. And tell them that we sent you. Please do. Tell them that we said hello. Should be especially fun. I'm sure. Jaden is always loads of fun as well. All right. See you guys tomorrow night. Hey, just a heads up. I might be a little bit late tomorrow night. Just as I'm not 100% sure, but if I'm a little bit late tomorrow night, you'll know why. I'm letting you know now. Okay, I might be a little bit late tomorrow night. Okay, there's almost 900 people here, so you've all heard it. I might be a little late tomorrow night. All right. So, anyways, there we go. Cool. Do you guys have anything else?